And I think we're live. So let's see who's here so far on the side chat. We got Ashley, MC is here, Garage Guy is here, Andy is here, Thorzax is here, Fuzzy is here, Trees is here, TAB videos, Trees. Wow, busy day, just barely got this fired up in time. Another side note is we're still using the laptop that didn't work last week. And I set up another device to work, and I go to turn this on, give it one more try, and it turns on. But then there was a battery issue. So with the little magic of needle nose, you use a hammer or a wrench, and yeah, you can fix anything. Hopefully, I can do garage breaks without it not charging. Michael Hurtnick is here. Papa's Place is here. So there's the update. So hopefully, if this shuts down, you know why. Then I'll go to the other device. All right. I never got my hair cut today.
Nah, I got mine done yesterday.
Hobbies Hobo's here. Hey, Mike.
Hobbies Hobo, how you doing?
Yeah, my wife cuts my hair, but she almost broke her wrist and tailbone right after an operation where they slit her throat. There's a whole bunch going on here.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah. She looks like a murder victim. Straight across razor. Okay. Big, Frankenstein. And then, And then black and blue all over the chest. Oh, yeah. It's lovely. But she's healing up good.
Good deal.
Yeah. She offered to cut my hair, but I said, no, let your wrist, it's that hand. So,
So we're up against Hasbro tonight. He's got his 2,000 subscriber giveaway just started.
All right. Lead Mining is here. That's okay. Yeah, they love the Saturday nights, don't they? The herd, I call them the herd.
Well,
Whatever. I don't care.
He doesn't stream much. It's just he planned his 2,000 giveaway. I said to him, should have made it earlier.
Yeah, Reloader 762 is here. It's good to see you guys again. Didn't know. So we shot the 308 Zastava today, and that's what we were doing all day. So speaking of 762, and I'll have to do a video on that on suppressed versus non, and NATO versus 308, and a new scope, and little things we're going to do. Yeah, it was fun, though. We had a lot of fun. And it didn't cause baffle strikes, so that's good.
Good. So it looks like it's really nice. It looks, have you done any accuracy shooting yet, or just still test firing?
Well, okay. He put a 1-to-6 power vortex on it, and it has a nice little optional illumination, little tiny dot, and that's really nice. It's small and it's clear, and then it's got your little hash marks here and here. So I put out a big black shoot and see target with little squares. It's better for a higher power scope. And it was doing okay. And we were just testing rounds and then seeing if with the suppressor, what the point of impact would be. KFW's here, speaking of suppressors. So my biggest worry is it going to cause a baffle strike? And I have a target here. No, this is close range. Let me enlarge here. We'll get this out of the way. How do I enlarge this? There. Okay, so at close range, I had him aim at this little circle here. This is 9mm. I shot before. So this is 20-something yards. And he put 2 here. We're sighting in the scope. And he got 2 in the same hole here. And then I said, okay, it's time to put the can on. We'll see what happens. And that point of impact was here.
Oh, okay.
So then I had him shoot 2 more with the can to make sure they're centered. He's aiming here, and at this range, that's where it is. You can tell from this dot to that. And okay, so down here, they're perfect holes. And that was the same at 70. So that was good. All right.
Good deal.
Yeah. Very nice. Now, the problem is, and I got to do a video on this. Before I said it wasn't dinging the brass until we put the suppressor on with more blowback on setting 1. And in both NATO and 308, the extra pressure put a little cross ding in the brass. And that's the first time I saw the dings in the brass. So if I'm shooting suppressed, we'll lighten the charge so it's like it's on setting 1 with NATO. And then I want to talk to Sistava because all they have to do is make a suppressor, 1 turn for the suppressor hole, the gas hole.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just a bushing that's in there that turns. And my son said, well, we'll wait because there's an adjustable gas for AK pistons. And they might have one for the 308 sometime, and we'll do that. If not, I'll just lighten the loads for now and just shoot NATO that's Berdan primed. So I don't care about that brass. And I got plenty of that. So we'll do that for now. Georgia Boy is here. Hey, Georgia Boy. So, yeah, it was fun. It was mild to shoot, even with the suppressor on it. And both 1 and 2 settings. Oh, he put the muzzle brake on it. That's also the can brake. And this thing is a pussycat to shoot. It is really a pussycat.
How did it eject the brass? Where did it land?
What's that?
Where did the brass eject?
Just like an AK, kind of forward and to the right.
So like 10 o'clock? No.
I need to look at a clock. 2 o'clock.
Okay, 2 o'clock. Okay, yeah.
AKs throw them at 2 o'clock, and they're all there. And we have our little brass catcher on a tripod. We just stuck it next to the bench. They all went in there, and I could look at each. Primers are great, perfect hits. So that's good, and no ejector marks or anything weird. Even with the suppressor on it, a little bit gassed, everything's fine. So super fun to shoot. And that brake does work, so I could feel the concussion though. I'm sitting next to him at the ejection port. And I said, okay, I'm going to take 1 earplug off when we put the can and see what it's like. And it's a little sharp on my side. That's the ejection port side. And then I said, okay, now you can take your left earplug off while he's shooting it. And he made some swear words like, that's nothing. Yeah, he swore in it. I'll have to bleep that out. So to the shooter, it's pretty darn quiet. There is a sonic crack out there, but oh my gosh, what a difference between the brake and that. All right, I'll quit rambling.
No, that's good. That's good. You should be happy. You should be talking about it.
Yeah, and that scope is nice. It's heavy, though. It added like 22 ounces to the gun. So now it's pretty heavy like the FAL. But it's comfortable. Their stock has a flat top. And I was thinking, let's put a temporary cheek weld on it. But he didn't really need it. So we might put a little one on there. I don't know. Just for consistency, Did I say Thorzak's was here? Yeah. Okay, chessboard is here. So there's the update on that. I'll do a video. I don't have good footage because we're cutting and we're looking, and it's going to be an editing nightmare, but we just had a fun day. And then I turned around and it's like, oh my gosh, we got a live chat in an hour and a half. So really warm weather. It's nice. Okay. So what's going on with you, Andy?
Well, I've mentioned before, working on my Model 36 Smith & Wesson 38 snub nose. And I don't know enough about that type of a gun, but it was definitely, it wasn't made in 57. It's got to be 58 or 59. Okay.
But it's
Now,
a flat latch, so you can tell it's older.
yeah, but you know what? Somebody could have changed it because this gun's been played with. Okay. Which I learned a lot trying to buy that extractor rod. There are different lengths of that rod for the gun, depending on which dash numbers and things and whatnot. It was a nightmare. I have a measurement. I have a measurement on mine, and nothing was the same as mine. They were all smaller. So, and everything was used. So I finally found a company called Jack First Inc.
I know. Jack First is. I used to use them a lot. I didn't know they're still in business.
Yeah, well, one of the people I asked a question about the length and things about one of the companies. They said they came back with 3 companies. Try contacting them; they may be able to help me more. Okay, because he says they're more gunsmiths. Okay, so I send an email off to Jack Smith, and his wife is answering me, Nancy, or his daughter. I don't know which it is.
Jack First, yeah.
Yeah, okay. His wife answered me, Nancy First. So it's either his wife or his daughter. I don't know, but I didn't ask that question. And I said, okay, well, I hope she knows what she's doing. You know, I don't know them from anywhere. And so I just, described my information. And she says, well, we have brand new ones should fit your gun from like 55 up to 1960. It should fit your gun. He says, I don't know the measurement, but if there's any issue, you can send it back. I said, okay, well, that's good to know. And the only problem was it was $28, and they get $12 for shipping, and so it was $40.
Yeah, but it's an older part, so yeah.
But it's brand new. It was brand new. It's an original OEM part. Mm-hmm. So I get it home and I measure it, and I mean, this thing, mine measured. Where is my measurement? 1.284, and this thing's measuring 1.83. It's like that's a pretty big difference. Okay.
Wait a minute.
1.183.
Oh.
Okay. Sorry.
One thou ain't nothing. Yeah. Okay.
And I said, all right. Well, when you put them next to each other, I might have the number wrong. I might be even smaller than that. And now if you remember, I told you I had a hard time getting it off my gun. It took forever to unscrew it. It was like threading and threading and threading. And every movie, any video I saw, it's like off in 4 turns, and it's out of the gun. And it's like, if this guy had somewhere along the line had a problem with his gun, and somebody fixed it for him, they put the wrong one on it, so they kept screwing it down until it fit the gun. So they force threaded the thing into the other side extractor. Well, this is the extractor rod. The other piece is the extractor. How you doing, garage guy?
Hey,
so because I told you I couldn't get the extractor out. It wouldn't pull out of the gun. It would come out of the chamber so far, and then I couldn't get it anymore. Like it's burnt on the end or something. Right? So now, and I told you, and then the center pin, I couldn't get that out either. So it's like the end's closed down or something. Okay. I actually had to tap it out. I found a rod and I tapped it out, and I said, okay, it's not bent. It's not chewed up. Okay. So I said, maybe this is the wrong rod. I don't know. So like I said, I put it back together, and I put the new one on. It was like 4 turns, and it was snug. And I put it, wrapped the thing up with some, some heavy tape, and just going like a quarter of a turn more. And I couldn't open it with my fingers anymore. I closed the gun, and it closed perfectly. So the one that I had, the one that was in the gun, is obviously wrong, and it was forced on. It was force threaded on. So it created a burr probably on the extractor. That's why I can't get it out. And it probably squeezed it down. That's why I couldn't get the rod out. Okay, that's my opinion. I don't know, but right now I can't get the extractor out, and I don't want to slam it out with a, tap it out because a new one's $80. It works the way it is, so I don't care that it doesn't come out. It's loose. You can pull it, but it only comes out so far, and it gets caught. So put that all back together. Chamber is tight. Everything's good. So then I decided to play with the bluing. So I did the back strap, which I already had sanded down with the steel wool and oil and whatnot, and I used the cold blue. What's that brand? Everyone, whatever. I forget the brand name of that stuff. Anyway, the cold blue stuff. Anyway, I put a layer on the back strap. Mm-hmm. I let it sit for like 2 minutes. Then I took a wet rag, wiped it off. Okay, then put some oil and rubbed it with steel wool. I said, not too bad. I said, I'll try a second coat. And the second coat, it was like, wow, it's back to almost original. Mm-hmm. Now that was like surface rust. Now the top strap, I tried to do it there too, and the problem is it's worn. It's not rusted. It's worn. So I'm trying to. I tried to spot do it a couple of times, and okay, it was getting bluer, but you could see the spot.
It's shinier.
It's because the old blue is 50 years old. 60 years old.
It depends on how polished the metal is when you blue. It'll either look brighter or more matte if it's scratchier. Yeah.
So I steel wooled it heavy again, took it down again, cleaned it up, and I tried it again, and it just won't get that like even look. So I might have to sand off the bluing, take it off, use the fine. But you know what I said? The gun is 60 plus years old. I said the gun is in great shape for 60 years old. All right. So I'm deciding I'm going to leave it the way it is.
Yeah.
So now I cleaned up the whole gun. Make sure I cleaned it up before I did the bluing and stuff. But during the week, everything is perfect. Everything is oiled and whatnot. And I got my new grips, the Pachmeyer grips, and they fit perfectly. Okay, so that's good. So now my final outcome of this whole project is for those of you, even if you have wood grips, every 6 months, once a year, you should take your grips off and check the springs and stuff under the grips for rust. Okay, things like that, because wood can hold water or moisture, and that could affect and rust things. Because the Pachmeyers cover the whole strap, front and back strap of the handle, so that's where my rust was. And it was, thank God, it was only surface. But again, those grips, when I got the gun in like 78 or 79, when I got it and I took it all apart, I took it totally apart, trigger everything out. And I just kind of like honed everything a little bit, just flat surfaces wise, cleaned the whole gun up and put it back together. Nothing has rusted from that point to now other than the back strap.
Yeah, it depends on what kind of humid environment you're in. Let's see. Sage Hunter is here. Hey.
So I had good success with this, but again, it looks like whoever worked on this guy's gun prior to him selling it, okay, he must have had a problem at one time, and they put a wrong extractor rod in and they forced it on. It was like 12, 13 turns to get this thing off.
Yeah, that's weird.
And you can see when you push, you look down the barrel, when you got it all apart and you have the extractor pushed all the way in, and you look with a flashlight, you can see the 4 threads. You can see all the threads on the damn thing. And if you look at the piece online, it's only got like 6 or 7 threads on it. This thing had like 20 threads on it, so it looks like it was forced on.
Yeah, and I always liked, I didn't know Jack First was still around. I used many, many years ago. I had their catalogs, actually. A friend of mine gave me their old catalogs. but I like them better than that other company you get like used barrels and crap from.
Nimrich.
Yeah.
Nimrich, they'll send you the wrong thing or blah blah blah. But Jack First, they knew what they were doing. So most times from Jack First, you get the right part.
Well, when I contacted Gumrich and I told them the length I had, I don't have the email anymore. I killed it afterwards, but they said they said not for a Model 36. They got nothing in that length. He says maybe it's this is what we have was in basically the same measurement that like 1.163, whatever the hell the number was, and it's he says that's what the numbers we have on used and new, and that should fit that model, and the good part was Jack First, I gave her like the first three numbers of the serial number, and she said, yeah, that's like a 59, late 58, early 59, probably not 60. The number's too low, So I mean, from my research, they knew exactly what they were talking about, and they were very helpful.
They've always been pretty good, and your flat latch should be a flat latch at that age. And that's kind of neat seeing a flat latch.
Yeah, I don't know.
You should be proud of the wear on it. I like a worn gun.
Oh, I'm proud of the wear. It was just the top strap was metal.
Yeah.
Okay, so now it's a little blued, so it's okay. But that's holster wear. That's not misused. That's holster wear. And the same on the cylinder, on the same two cylinder, opposite cylinders. Both of them have the same cylinder wear, which is not as bad as the top strap was.
Yeah, when you got a little J frame, some detective or policeman had, that's you gotta expect the wear. It's even worse if you see like, oh, someone fixed it. Leave it. It's great. Enjoy that wear.
Oh yeah. No, I just wanted to. Some of the rust was my fault. The back strap, okay.
Yeah.
And I did the same thing. The front strap had a little bit. That's all been redone, and the trigger under the trigger strap had a little bit. Okay, so that's all been cleaned up. You can't tell I touched it. Okay, but the top strap, that's a little off. But it's again. I said that's fine for a 60-plus-year-old gun. I can't complain.
Yeah, and when you can't tell, that's good because then nobody can tell that it was tried to be fixed. Okay. Papa's Place is fixing his dryer. I've done those coils before. Make sure to unplug the dryer. Make sure to unplug the dryer. So, all right, that's good news, Andy.
Yeah, I was quite. I mean, I'm not afraid to work on things. I work in a machine shop and stuff. I mean, I don't know guns like you know them or half the other people out there. You talk about things and throw out part names. I don't know what the hell you're talking about half the time. But give me the gun, I can take it apart and put it together. So I'm that way good. Okay, so I'm just proud and happy. So I don't know if I'm going to make a little video on that, and then I'm going to take apart. The Dan Weston's been always clean, but I'm going to fully take it apart and wipe it all down, and then I'll do a trigger pull on that one.
Okay.
Just as but it's quite happy. And I just wish the weather would warm up so I can go shooting.
Yeah, we're warm here. Unusually, everything's warm. So it's mucky, but that'll dry out quick.
I don't remember the name of that spray that Kenny talked about. I can go look it up. Remember for the boar, he had some spray. He had us.
Yeah, that was Hoppies.
No, not the Hoppies. He had a spray can one.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, not the foam stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I used that on the Model 36, and I used it to clean the cylinders. It did one hell of a job. Carbon rings that were in there are gone.
Mm-hmm.
Those rings have been there I mean, I really haven't shot the pistol. When I first got it, I shot it a bit, but the rings were there when I got it. So, I cleaned it, but never really got rid of them. This stuff worked.
On the outside of the forcing cone or on the inside of the chamber?
Inside of the the
Okay.
cylinder, the forcing cone was clean, but I cleaned the barrel. I did the whole gun with that. I wiped the whole gun down with that stuff. It took on the cylinder the indents. I don't know what you want to call them. Get the high and low spots on your cylinder. Okay, I put it in there and rubbed it and all the blue turned. Instead of dull looking, got all shiny from getting the carbon off of that. It worked pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I figured if I was going to test it on any gun, that's the gun I would test it on. If I don't want to touch it, my Dan Wesson with it and find out it did something to the bluing or something, So I forget what he called that. I can look it up, but it's I bought a can of that. It wasn't cheap.
Georgia boy, I'm glad you weren't fishing. You'd be surfing. All right. Yeah, we had a windstorm last week, and I could hear the burn barrel lid go cling clang, and I'm like, please don't hit a car. Don't hit one of the cars. And then it was buried under the snow, and I just found it the other day. I had to go prod for it. So the burn barrel didn't fill up with water from, So, yeah, we'll get gusty winds now and then up here. But, yeah, I had a rock on it and everything. And the worst thing you want is that big lid to hit a car, Just go scraping down my truck or something. Oh, that'd be bad.
So you should find a way to tie it down when you're not using it.
I put a big rock on it, but the wind was so horrendous that it blew out with it. So, Garage Guy, what's up?
Not a whole lot. Been in the 60s about all week here, and today it barely got above 30. And I swear we had some snowflakes about yay big around come down. Thank goodness it didn't amount to anything, but it's just a mud hole outside everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I did yesterday. Yesterday I was able to, was it Thursday? No, it was yesterday. I got some shooting segments done for some videos. And where I go shoot at usually, the ground's just so soft, I don't want to rut it up with my golf cart, So I just went here behind the house and shot into a dirt embankment, just had a close up on the pistol and more or less did a function check with it. And I think the videos turned out pretty good. One was about a Smith & Wesson M&P 22 compact. I uploaded it yesterday. And I made another video also. I finished editing it last night about I told you about the Walther PPQ M2 22 pistol.
Mm-hmm.
I got that video done, and it turned out pretty good.
Well, I didn't recall seeing a video today, but I've been busy. Your other one was yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got to catch up.
So, Mr. Jim, did you see a balloon today?
What, a Chinese balloon?
Yeah, you didn't hear about it? There's a balloon flying over Utah.
Oh, my God. Oh, Andy, I wanted to ask, I don't want to change the subject, but what about the truckers in New York?
Oh, they're doing it. The news is saying they're not. They're doing it.
What about how's the shopping shelves going? Groceries?
It's only New York City, Queens.
Oh,
the 5 boroughs, New York City. They're the ones being affected. But a friend of mine that lives closer to, per se, the city line, he lives in Nassau County. I'm in Suffolk County. And he said people are coming from Queens to do their shopping. Because it's like a half-hour ride and they can get to a supermarket. He says, and they're wiping the shelves out.
Yeah, but at least they can just drive close by. It's not really hurting that bad.
No, but it's hurting the people in that area
Yeah.
because they're hoarding. They're grabbing a lot of stuff. The news is playing it down.
Yeah.
It's not that they're talking. You get to the real news and they're telling you, nah, they're shutting the city down.
Oh man.
They're one of the guys was talking. I deliver diesel fuel, not to New York City.
Wow, that would be tough. Yeah, if you're trying to get gas.
Well, they're talking about just the city again, basically the city.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
it's not affecting our prices of gas in the last 2 weeks have gone up 22 cents out here on Long Island, but it went down for a while and then it went back up. So it's like the $3.25 a gallon now for regular, $3.19 to $3.25 depending on where you go. But I shop through at the reservation, so I don't pay any tax. So I'm under $3. So
well, what we want to see pitchforks and all that at the doors of these people pulling this crap. So pitchforks and what shears? What do you call it? Anyway,
and our governor and the mayor and Letitia James are going berserk.
Yeah.
Okay. And now they got stuff on Letitia.
Yeah, the prosecutor, whatever.
They got and the judge. They got all kinds of stuff on them now. So this thing is flying back in their face.
Yeah, that's good. Sooner or later, it catches up to them. So,
Isn't the South Carolina primary tonight?
Yep. I think so, yeah.
Well, that Haley woman, she'll probably be out of the race after tonight, then.
Well, she said she's not quitting. She's still going whether she wins there or not. Got money, she's spending the money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She just feels if she drops out, then X percent of her, per se, constituents are going to vote for Trump. And she don't want that to happen.
Yeah. I know they're trying to keep the rhinos in there, but people are mad. They're mad. So Trump's winning without even being there, and she didn't win, and she had no one against her in one of those things, and they didn't even know. That was the funniest thing, The no-shows won.
She finished second in a one-person race.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a one-legged race, right? With the mountain lion coming at you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny what's going on. I mean, you got to sit back and laugh. And then, again, this whole thing with the NRA in New York, it just blew up in their faces again because now they went after what's the guy that, LePere, whatever his name was. Okay. They went after him in New York and a couple of other people up there. And and they can't touch the NRA. It's all on them. And so now they're playing the same game to those people like they're doing did with Trump. And it's all out in the open. And it's like, and they're making statements, about it. That's like proving Trump shouldn't have been penalized to this level. So it's all backfiring in their own face. It's crazy what's going on.
Well, everyone that's pulling that stuff on Trump in the courts, they got nothing to stand on. And if they didn't have the wrong people, any logical person would have just thrown the case out. So, they're after them, and that should tell you something.
Yeah, how much money went in their pockets to do what they're doing?
Yeah, well, always look at the opposition, and then who to vote for because they absolutely can't stand that person.
But the New York State won't wake up. We just had whatever was a year ago the vote for governor, and the Republican guy only lost by 2%. Okay, and it's like people, how you liked what's going on in New York for the last X amount of years, okay, with Cuomo and this and that. I says, are you kidding me? Haven't you woken up?
Yeah.
You know. Well, again, the guy that we had from Long Island that was running, he didn't have the money backing that she had. You know, so that's a big part of things too.
Money in media.
Yeah. Well, the media puts down the Republicans and the Democrats believe it. So, you know,
Yeah.
but they're waking up now more and more and more. Sanctuary city. Oh, yeah. Brent, send them here. No problem. No, you can't send anymore. We can't handle it. We're overflowing.
I know. Chicago's going through that right now. It's like, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, well, people are seeing through it. Even people that don't normally vote that way, they're like, I've had enough.
It's just amazing. They're taking, let's put it this way, what they've done, they've taken expensive high-end hotels in New York City and told them, get your tenants out. You have this much time, so don't book anything new and whatnot. And they're giving I forget how much money is, and they had numbers out on it. This hotel gets like $400 a night for a room. Okay, and there's 1,300 rooms or whatever, 1,400 rooms. All right, so the New York State is paying for those rooms now to put the migrants in. I mean, what are you doing? And the hotel owners, hey, I got a booked full hotel. I don't care. I'm getting paid.
Well, some of the poorer people are wondering, why are they getting treated better than Americans?
Oh yeah.
And they're pissed off. You know, I'm an American, and they're getting more money a month than I can. Yeah,
they're getting paid. Their lodging and food is paid for. They're given cell phone. They're given medical care, and they're getting like $1,500 a month on top of it.
Yeah. And then what about like homeless veterans?
Oh yeah, well. They in New York they threw out homeless veterans out of some of the housing and put the immigrants in.
Oh well, hopefully everything fixes itself.
We hope.
So they do not like Trump because he doesn't follow their even the rhinos, the Republicans. He doesn't follow their agenda. So
it's like they put $53 million they got that they're given to help with this stuff in the city. And when they announced they were doing that, a few days later, the preschool care centers for parents that have to work and they could bring their kids there, they closed like 5 of them up because the parents didn't have to pay for that. The state was paying for that. They took that funding away and stuff like, and they're taking funding away from a lot of other things to make up that $53 million. What are you doing? What's going on? How does one person, and I'm not going to say it's just Hochul, but her staff of people, how do you make a decision like that?
Okay, Georgia boy, I want to see a video on your new lever. So
I was listening to something similar. They was talking about the countries these immigrants are coming from, and the most of them are not coming from Mexico. They're coming just through Mexico. The number one country was Colombia here. Number 2 was China. Yeah.
And followed by all the terrorists.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cartels are loving it right now because they can smuggle people and drugs and get away with all kinds of stuff. So
that's why they keep talking about, we don't know how many people came in these terrorist level things.
Yeah,
and are setting up to pull a stunt in the United States. So that's the other side of it.
I
And
was
then you got our governor telling us we can't carry our guns.
yeah, I was happy to hear that Utah is sending National Guard down to Texas to help them out. So that's good.
I believe Missouri is too.
Yeah, and who else?
It was like 20 states or something that sent help.
Yeah, so Trump was right though. The borders were better with him in charge. So same with no wars and all that other stuff.
Well, they're doing something now, so
Mm-hmm.
they put something together to stop. I mean, Biden did. Well, now it's going to be better than Trump ever did. When I took it over, it was a nightmare. Yeah, okay.
Everything that comes out of his mouth is a lie.
Yep.
Liar.
The best part is people are really seeing it. You know, there a lot of these people have moved to other news sources or watch more than one news source now, and they're getting two sides of the story. So they're opening their eyes and making their decisions more better than they were before.
Mm-hmm. Did you see his sneaker line? He put out. He put out gold tennis shoes. It's brilliant because they sold out right away, and then people are throwing them on eBay for $4 or $5 grand. And you know, every rapper wants a pair of those that are against, you know, the liberals now. You know, they've turned, and even Snoop Dogg turned, and he threatened to kill Trump in a video. You know, now he's like, I like Trump, and those sneakers alone, bright gold. Oh my gosh, how brilliant was that? I think he did it just as it's just funny. It's hilarious.
There's also a bobblehead doll I seen him showing it, the Trumpinator.
Yeah,
it's a bobblehead Trump doll, and he's wearing sunglasses and Terminator leather jacket.
It's going to be an interesting November time period. Yeah.
Well, I'm just thinking that something is going to happen before that date, and they're going to throw martial law in, and that stops the election.
Or well, I just think they better protect their last resort type deal. They better protect Trump good. You don't want another Kennedy thing, because I think the country would go crazy.
Well, I think that's the one thing they're smart about. They know they would have a war on the hands if that happened.
Yeah, but they're trying everything else, so got to watch out for that.
Well, what was it about midnight, 1 a.m.? Biden needed like 80% of the remaining vote in so many states, and then boom, a few hours later, he had it. You know, that's what gets me.
Well, they were just, what were they talking about before on Newsmax or something? Yesterday, Trump did some business deal. He made $4 billion. So his $400 and $500 million thing is paid for already.
Yeah, well, he can appeal all the fines, you know.
Oh yeah, but it's just the fact. It's like he went out and said, "Okay, I got the money now. Now what?" You know?
Yeah, I don't know how they're getting away with fining him for having property assessed by a bank. Banks aren't stupid. They don't just go with any amount you say. They do their research. They know better than you do what things are worth, because it's their money they're putting up.
That's right. Well, there's all that conversation. If he valued it at $1.2 billion, and the bank said, "No way, I'll give you 900 million as a best," and they negotiate that number. It's not a set number. The bank will say, "Nah, not really." Okay, and they both agree, and that's what it's worth. That's how it works. They're talking about that all the time. Now in New York, all these big people that invest money into the new buildings and new infrastructure stuff, they're backing away from New York now. Say, screw you, it's not a safe investment.
Yeah.
You can turn on us anytime. And then he talks about that it's done in the industry daily. Well, it's going to cost me this much to build it, and I'm going to make it worth this much. And they haggle the price, and they both agree, and then they get their money.
They have what's called appraisers, just like a house or anything else. They know yeah, especially that much money. They're not going to screw up on that. So they were happy. They were happy customers. They got paid back. He paid interest. Everyone's happy. What's the deal?
The judge just ignored everything. He didn't care.
I know. That's how they think. They're crazy people. It's crazy out there. They're crazy.
I don't care what he has to say. I don't want to hear it. What?
Anyway, I just can't wait for things to switch over so we can, have better food prices, gas prices, investments, everything has gone down.
Well, food to me is kind of like stabilized. Some things went down a little bit. Some things went up a little bit. My weekly payout is actually a little bit less than it was. I'm not buying less and more. And, the only thing that keeps going up and down is the price of gas. To me, why did it go up again? For what reason? They're saying the price of oil per barrel is down. So why is the price of gas going up? Oh, and then they just blocked. He wanted to stop something with the natural gas. He wanted to stop drilling. Okay. And they told him, no way.
Lakeview Outdoors is here. Hey, Lakeview. Hope everything's good over there. Up there. Yeah. Have you ever heard from Dead Horse? That's a mystery. And let's see, Jerry's staying over in the Philippines, so can't ask him. Anyway, hopefully it turns around. I've never seen it. I've never seen an administration that bad in my lifetime, and I got some years on me, so.
I got a few on you, and I don't see him either. I don't see him either. Nobody has.
Yeah, so he's going down as the worst president ever, or one of them, top three for sure.
It's like, what did I posted a meme on Facebook today with what's his name, Nixon.
Yeah.
I did, are you kidding me? I did nothing compared to what he did.
I actually like Nixon, so I liked him.
It's it's like
Nixon just got caught.
He didn't. It's not that he just got caught. They were trying to catch him with something. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay. They were looking for that one thing. He says, I erased in 30 minutes. She erased 300,000 emails. It's like.
Yeah. He was a smart cookie, and he got along with the communist countries and stuff like that. And he wasn't a bad, his legacy is going to be a Watergate. But if you look at the other stuff in his interviews, he is sharp. He's nothing like Biden, who is not sharp. He's as dull as whatever's the dullest thing in the garage here. So, yeah.
I saw one of his interview videos here just this past week where he predicted the situation in Russia. And this was back in 91 or 92. And, everything he said in that video back then's pretty much come to pass today so far.
Yeah.
He had an knack for seeing the big picture.
Yeah, and if you watch his older one-on-one videos, you'll see how sharp he is and how he knows what's going on, and he's not just a puppet set there in place. He had his own mind. Some of it not great, but a lot of it, most of him was good. So, oh well. Gordon Liddy in the LA airport? Really? Wow. See, a lot of the CIA stuff comes into play over and over again in certain things. Okay.
Well, that's the one thing that they were looking for in Mar-a-Lago was a file he had on all the FBI and CIA and all the things that they were doing, on who the people were. And from what I understand, they don't have it.
Yeah, the CIA is bad, bad, bad. If you only knew everything they did.
Well, what I understand, Trump has it. So at least that's what I'm hearing.
Well, and that's what they were after. The goods on them.
Time will tell.
Let's see if that battery's charging. I gotta check the back of this.
They were saying, I forget where the voting was. There was a vote somewhere, and they saying the damn voting machines were screwing up again.
Junk bond guy. Oof. There's got to be more than one. I know that Pelosi knows what's going on in the market before we do.
A lot of them do.
Look at how much they were worth and how much they made as a politician, and you can see why they want to keep their spots.
But, there's a point in time of how much money is enough. You're not doing anything with it. It's not like you're buying a property all over the place or something like that. You have your couple of pieces of property, and now you're living high in a hog, and how much more do you need?
Yeah, that part I don't get. I mean, I don't get why stay evil just because you want an extra billion. I don't know.
I think a lot of that's a legacy thing. They get all these millions of dollars they don't need, and then when they do pass eventually, they'll leave it to some kind of charity, and they'll name a big building after them or something like it, and 50 years later, they drive by the Pelosi building or whatever, and some little kid goes, "Who's that?" They want to be remembered. They got big egos to match those big bank accounts.
Oh, anyway, we've gone political all night, which is depressing, but hey, people need to vent now, don't they?
Sometimes you got to vent it.
Yeah. I'm just glad that there's social media out there that makes up for the bad media, and they, you can say it, X, you can say it, and it's good to have media out there that can speak. So,
that KG Systems gun coat stuff you have.
let's see. Kenny is here. Eagle Eye Shooting. Call me guns. Call me talk. No. I wish we could get commie guns in the country again. That gives us variety and cheap prices.
And variety is the spice of life.
Yep. How's it going, Kenny? So, I don't know about you guys, but I've been so busy, so many projects on the bench, and haven't gotten to them. Bouncing around, can't focus on one thing. And then son brings home another. So anyway, If he's still here. Oh, Bisley Blackhawk's here. Let's see. Let me pan up if he. Oh, he's fixing the dryer right now. Okay. That's right. He's fixing the dryer, but he sent me an email with Lee talking about those flare dyes.
Yeah.
And he sent me he talked to Lee. And we're talking about Papa's Place here. And they had a list of the die sets that come with the new ones right now. So that's good.
Well, that list is only valid if the supplier you're buying from has no old stock left.
I know. Like I said in the video, they should put a little yellow sticker, new and improved.
It should, or just put a -A on it or something, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, CW was the first one to put up a video on that. And then the Viejo put one up the other day, and he did the same thing. He's got a whole list and whatnot. Just the question I have is, are you going to be able to take your existing one and just put that insert in, or do you have, you know?
Some are shorter on the older dies, so you'd have to run your die out or cut her down, maybe. I don't know. But if Lee was smart, they would make them so you can buy them for what you need.
Well,
and any kind of die you have.
I think they're going to right now. They're just trying to get the dies out, and so it's limited production.
Yeah, but I was very surprised to see it in that die set. I didn't even realize it was there because no sticker, no nothing.
Yeah, well, see, that's why with the Dylan die that I'm using on the Lee 4000, the powder funnel that they sell you is flares too much.
Well, you can back it off, but but
it's not opening the rest enough. I tried that.
Really?
Yeah, it puts, to get the bullet to sit, and I keep tweaking and tweaking and tweaking, get the bullet to go in a little bit and sit. Okay, it's a trumpet. It's too big.
Tin Man bought an aftermarket one that was supposed to flare it so the bullets sit easier. Lead bullets, we're talking here.
Well, I'm casting zinc, so I'm even talking about full metal jacket size. Okay, I'm sizing them to full metal jacket size, and they still don't. Even the flare, even for a jacket, because that's what I did. I have a bunch of what I got, 115 grain. I got 1,000 of those for 357, and I first set the flare for that bullet, and then I put my zinc in there, and it needed to be a touch bigger.
Yeah, Kenny, what Lee should have done, and I know they're keeping costs down, but how much does it cost to dump a huge batch of 1,000 or more turrets and have them anodized? Because you can go on eBay and buy anodized Dylan turrets, and they're cheap. So Lee should anodize them. I don't care if they make them red. They love that color. I don't know why, but it'd be cool if they anodized them. Tin Man is here. Chickens are talking over life. What? Oh, is he in a bad mood? Oh, no. Tin Man got some chicks. That's what he means. My phone's upstairs in case you tried to text me, but Tin Man has chicks. And I don't know what the neighbors are going to think. They're mad at your tree. Wait until the rooster crows. I know you don't have no rooster yet. Maybe.
My neighbor behind me has 18 chickens for the last 8 years or so. And in the beginning, they were a nightmare. They were digging under the fence. They were in my backyard. It's like, but as they got older, they got quieter.
Yeah.
All right. And she got rid of the rooster because he was nasty. He was just a nasty one. And I don't even know they're back there anymore.
Rollis is here. Hey, Rollis. Yeah, I can imagine what the neighbor's going to do about his chickens if he's got them outside. Anyway, all I saw was he got chicks and he has a cat. He has a house cat, so he put a big piece. He put a big piece of metal over the container of chicks, and then he put mesh instead. And that cat's going to go crazy. Leon would have ate the whole thing. Yeah. So, hey, Rellis. I got to go up and get some more water. I'll be right back if that's okay, guys. Is that all right? Okay, I'll just be a minute.
Sage Hunter, you asked the questions for melting pots, Lee 420, lime, and RCBS or whatever. If you're going to really get into the casting, you may want to go for a more expensive unit. But to be honest with you, I use a Lee 420 for all my lead casting. A lot of people, I know Uncle Jim does. 420 works fine. There's no need to spend the extra money unless you're after the PID controller. And you can buy a PID controller for about $135. I forget the name of the place. They're out of Canada. And hook it up to your Lee 420. And then you can use it on other things as well, like your toaster oven for powder coating, things like that. So it's up to you what you want to do. They all work.
Andy, you been sending any zinc to anybody lately?
Well, actually, no. I haven't cast it up. I got to send Michael Hertnick some. He attempted to send me a box that got lost in the mail. So I'm not going to let that get in the way of sending him some bullets. I just have to, I haven't cast it. It's been too cold. So, I got to open the garage door and it's just been too cold here. And, but CW's been shooting them out of his 300 Blackout, and he's liking them. Now he's got a bunch loaded up to try out at 100 yards and 200 yards, but he's waiting for the weather to change for him as well to test it. I'll be in another couple of weeks, I guess by the middle of March, I'll be back into the casting swing and catching. I got to cast up all the stuff I loaded this year for my own reserve. But I got a couple of people sending me. It's funny how a lot of people on here say, "Oh, I got tons of zinc," and none of them sent me anything yet. And I made a post out on MeWe on 2 different sections, and I got 3 guys sending me zinc. One's in the mail right now. I'll have it Monday. It's zinc for 10. So I just figured that all these casters out there, they're working with wheel weights and not using their zinc, and you definitely want tin. And it's a deal and a half. I mean, it costs you a $20 bill to put a medium flat weight box in the mail to me to get $300 worth of tin. So, so we'll see where that goes. And the guy on MeWe, I didn't. Yeah, okay. Oh, no, I'm doing it. I just got, a bucket and a half I got to sort through. When I finish it, I'll get it out to you. Friday, he sent me on MeWe, here's the picture, here's the tracking number, it's in the mail. And the other guy on MeWe he said I had to go away with my job for 3 weeks. When I come back, I'll finish sorting it and get it out to you. If he's interested, he said, believe me, I'm interested. So, I said, no problem. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere.
All right. Sorry about that, guys. And if someone wants a link, remind me. I keep forgetting to throw links out there.
Yeah, Michael, send me. You have my email. Send me your address, please. I don't have that. Okay, so so I mean, he sent me this thing out. What was it? 2 months ago? It got stuck in Texas and hasn't left.
You still haven't gotten that package from
No.
Texas? Oh
No.
my gosh.
Okay. And, you know, feel bad because Michael went through the trouble of doing it, and he has a legit tracker. It's in the mail, and it just lost. So we'll see what happens. You know, I said, Mike, I'll get you out some stuff. It just send me your home address or wherever you want it shipped to, and I'll as soon as I start casting, I'll get you out a box. I got some of those 5.7 bullets that Uncle Jim doesn't want.
Mm.
So you'll get to test them, and then Uncle Jim will want them then. So I'll be casting more of those.
Okay, we're going to have to call Tin Man the Birdman from Alcatraz now instead of Tin Man. Yeah. All right.
Well, you know, I had a problem with the mail over ordering a set of Talon grips for a Glock 26. Now, that Talon company is outside of Denver somewhere, someplace called Steamboat Springs. And I just get on eBay and order straight from them. No problem. I usually have them inside a week. Well, I waited almost 3 weeks for a set of Talon grips, and they were stuck at a United Postal Service place in Denver.
A station.
And I kept in touch. Yeah, and I kept in touch with the Talon grip people there through eBay. Well, they finally put some in and sent them UPS, and I got them. And then the next day, after I got the UPS Talon grips, here come the other grips in the mail. So I just wrote them back and said, look, I got both sets. And they just replied back within half an hour. Said, just write return to sender on the envelope and drop them in the mail. And I did that. So hopefully they'll have them back here in a few days. They were really good about that.
Yeah, that's good. My son's scope showed up at a neighbor's house. FedEx. But it happened, so they knew the drill. Just call them. Yeah. Let's see what else is going on here. Talking chickens. Oh, does anyone like air guns? Sage Hunter. 6-shooter Texan loves air guns. He does air guns once every Sunday. Actually, he missed last Sunday.
He's working on his wife's loads.
Yeah, 38s. Yeah,
38s and 357s, whatever. Yeah.
So yeah, he likes the air guns with the tanks, the pumps, the every kind, even the replica cowboy guns, to practice with, the CO2 ones. Yeah. I have. Yeah.
Viejo did a video. He got one of those airsoft guns, like in a single action cowboy style revolver. It's got the video up on it. Looks pretty nice. And he shot a few rounds in his garage, and it wasn't exactly hitting the bullseye every time, but he looked like he was having a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, we used to shoot airsoft in the house. As a matter of fact, my son had a little Walther 22 air gun or airsoft gun, and he started shooting a box down the hallway just about every day. And then I take him to the range, and all of a sudden he's just shooting so good with a pistol, and it's because he was practicing with that in the against the cardboard box in the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
So it's good practice. For one, someone wanted us to be a dealer, so they brought in a bunch, and we could get some cheap and everything. I had a Glock 45, a 20 or a 21, and they were fun. I think I still have it somewhere. Yeah.
I have an old 1956 or so, Benjamin 177 caliber pistol, a pump, and I've never done anything to it but keep a little oil on the seal. It still works fine.
Well, airsoft shooting is a really big sport in a lot of other countries. especially South America, where the civilians aren't allowed to have real firearms. And I was talking to Bubba one night on Hillbilly's live stream, and he was asking about airsoft, and I said, that can open your channel to a whole new group of viewers, and it's a big sport over in Europe as well.
We're not allowed to own them here in New York anymore.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Huh.
Okay, Sage Hunter, I'm posting his channel right now, Six Shooter Texans channel, and a foof. So you can click on that and then, save it on your history or whatever, or subscribe, even better. Again, he hasn't done air guns for the last 2 weeks because he's working on, getting his wife going on cowboy shooting. But you can go back. He does one every Sunday and more. Did the link pop up?
I don't see it on mine.
What the heck? Let me try it again. I'm on Uncle Jim 3 here, so. Oh man, I hope I can post a link under Uncle Jim 3. I can't do links.
I'm getting it, Uncle Jim. So I'm going to post it in a second.
Okay. After getting a strike, I can't do links or stickies. It's one of their new things they do now to screw with you, YouTube. And they say you lost some privileges. And even Uncle Jim 3, that's what I am on the side cat here. I couldn't post the link. Let me try a test here.
I just did it, Uncle Jim.
I know, but I'm gonna do some. I'm gonna try and screw with them. Do this. That is weird. I didn't think it would affect. That is weird. Let me try it again. How come I can't?
It's blocked out on mine.
You see my post?
Yeah, I see yours. But the Uncle Jim 3 on mine here is blotted out.
Oh, I just see like bang stars.
Yeah.
Okay, do you see the second one? Let's see if this works. I did another one with the bang stars and then the link. It should be coming up. It won't let me link. You bastards. Here's proof. Here's proof.
We believe you.
I know, but here's proof. See right there, the link?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I hope you guys believe me. Anyway, if you get a strike, yeah, they take away some privileges now. So you can't. And I'm not even striked on Uncle Jim 3, so I don't get that at all. Maybe because of this. I don't get it. These liberals are driving me crazy out here by the lake. All right.
I think Mark Thomas has done quite a few airsoft videos with his son here in the past.
Yeah, that it's been a while, but yeah, he was doing them.
Yeah. He was talking about one rifle he recommended airsoft. I think it was called the Gamma Whisper.
What are those Nerf guns? They're banning them in New York City too.
Oh, really? Oops, you gotta hide that comment. Okay. Yeah, this is crazy. I can do a Streamyard link. Maybe I can link. No, I can't.
Oh, there's a link.
Yeah, there it is.
No, that's Streamyard.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's letting you post that.
Yeah, but they let me do that because I'm on Streamyard right now.
If you take out the YouTube, the HTTPS, and just post, taking that out of the link and just type youtube.com. With the other guy put www in front of it. It might work.
I just find it weird because on the other device, I'm Uncle Jim 3. I can reply, but I can't do a link. That's weird. Whatever. It's frustrating. Also, oh, I could be frozen up here too. Hang on. Let me try it one more time. I was frozen up and it could have been in the past. That looked like it took. Okay, I posted a link. It should be up in a minute. I bet it's not. It's right after Thorzak's post. Nope. Bastards. Nope. Oh well, another enigma.
Yeah, when you took a break before, Sage Hunter was asking, like he's going to get into casting, and he was asking, Lee 420, Lyman, RCBS, what do we recommend? So if you want to talk about that at all, I mean, I told him, you and I and most people have a 420.
Yeah, I started with 420 and I still use the 420. If I had, a budget, I'd probably go with one that had the built-in PID, and I guess it would be between the Lyman, probably Lyman or RCBS. I think the Lyman's the one everyone likes now. I don't know. Is it the Lyman one?
Yeah, I think it's the Lyman one that most people are going after.
Yeah, they both have PIDs, but to me, it's better off to start with the Lee and get a feel for how the lead reacts, and just looking at it, it's like welding. You don't need someone to tell you exactly what's going on. You're looking at it, you know what you're doing, and you know where you screwed up. Instead of a machine saying, oh, your temperature is like 2 hairs off or whatever. It's just like welding. You learn how to do it that way, and then you can go to the fancy.
Tin Man threw something out at you. See his post. Yeah. Make Uncle Jim 3 an admin.
You have to be a moderator.
Moderator.
Oh, okay.
I didn't think about that. I didn't even pick up on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's make him a moderator. All right. Delete comment. Timeout. Ban user. What? How do I make him a moderator here? Oh, let me click the star. What the heck? I'm not getting the option. Why?
They took that privilege away too?
No. I think you press on the star because the other options are bad. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Don't quote him. All right. No. Oh, well, I'll figure it out later. I should be able to click the star. What is going on? Maybe it needs to be a new comment. I don't know. Anyway, we're just dinking around. Patriot Paul is here. Let's see. RCBS is a little less money. Both PID controllers. Yeah. See, you can add a PID like everyone does to their Lee pot, and it's just fine. That way, if one craps out. The thing is, with these loading companies, if it's electronic, you don't get good warranties on stuff.
Yeah. I mean, RCBS Lyman, if that PID controller goes out after a year, I think you can't. They don't fix them.
Yeah. So if you made your own PID or bought one for that.
Yeah, I had that place in Canada.
you can always replace that. So
For $135, it might be $139 now, but that's to your door, a PID controller.
yeah,
And you know, and then you just and then you can use it for other things. You put it on your pot when you cast, but if you want a powder coat, you can put it on your toaster oven. So you can do other things with it.
yeah, I don't have any PIDs on stuff. It's like adding stuff to cars. It just takes away from the fun. I don't know.
Well, I hate the poor guy to go out there and do his first shake and bake, and he got a beautiful powder coat the first time and puts them in the oven and he melts the bullets.
Well, then you just go down and buy a $4 temperature and put
Yeah.
it in there. But yeah, and you can do that. You can put a thermometer in your lead pot also, but you got to make sure it's hot enough for lead. There's the Lyman digital, and then you have your. I have a standard one, and I took it out. I was like, why am I looking at this thing? I just put it on between 4 and 5, and I'm good on a lead pot, usually, depending on the outside temperature.
You know, every pot has his, you know, you have to just find the setting on the. This could be between 5 and 6. It could be between 3 and 4. It just has to find it.
But a lot of people will tell you they run about between 4 and 5, depending on how much lead's in the pot. Another thing, when you got a full lead pot, it's different than when you're coming down to here. You know, that heats up, that gets hotter. And same with the pour. The pour is going to be slower as the lead is diminished in the pot. So you turn up your pour spout a little. You'll get it. It's just like welding, painting, whatever.
Chessboard, to answer your question on the temperature, there's a couple of factors in that, but most people are going to be 375 to 400. But if you're making small bullets, let's say for 223, you want to maybe be down at 375 because at 400, mine melted. So it's a smaller bullet, so the heat does, you know, hits it harder because you get around 380 degrees on the soft lead and it's melting.
Yeah, also if you got a little toaster oven, it's going to go hot, cooler, hot, cooler. Every time that element turns on, it gets boiling. Yeah.
So you want to go below that 400, and it's not an exact science because what we're doing with powder coating is really not the way it was intended to be used. Okay, so it's a little experimentation. You do your shake and bake and put 10 bullets and set it to 375 and see what happens. If it works fine, then you keep going.
Yeah, but Patriot Paul, I think I got my thermometer on eBay, but you have to, depending on your climate and altitude and everything else, you have to pre-test them in boiling water to get them adjusted, and then you can use them. Otherwise, you can't trust them. I didn't do that, so I don't trust it because where my lead's pouring good, that thermometer is wrong.
You can buy a digital thermometer for like $25. And,
oh yeah, even cheaper. Yeah.
They're not expensive, so you can buy a digital thermometer. You don't have to buy a brand name. They all work basically, and you can, just verify the temperature before you, commit to the temperature in your oven, but they work. I mean, I have one. I use that. They're cheap enough.
Or you can just turn your dial on a lead pot of lead 420 now, not the smaller one. Make sure you get the 420, not the other one. And set it between 4 and 5. After it's fully turned up to melt your lead, put it between 4 and 5 and you're good. In most times you're good. Preacher's Day Off is here. I smelted my first batch of lead last week. There you go. Preacher, I got a video clip I gotta do for you. It's about cats. It's a retort, and it's good. It's good. I gotta throw it in somewhere. I might do a dedicated preacher video. It's only like 2 minutes. All right.
So, Zach, how's your shoulders doing?
uh, yeah, he hasn't been on in a while.
Boy, he's had a time with that shoulder, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah. So I want to see how he's making out. I think he had more surgeries and stuff. So,
Let's see.
Chessboard, there's lots of videos out there on powder coating. You just go out there, powder coating bullets, and everybody's got one. So,
Yep, it's easy.
Yeah, if you can't find something on YouTube, you can probably find it on Rumble.
Yeah.
I think most of Elvis Ammo stuff is still out there. So,
Yeah. Use like
my powder coating videos are still up too.
yeah, I have them up there until I was deleted, but they're on Odyssey and other places. Lots of them. It's fun, actually. Casting is fun, and powder coating ain't bad either. You know, turn the music up, whatever.
Yeah, it's relaxing. You know, if you're out there and you're running around like a nut trying to cast and powder coat whatnot, you took the fun out of it. Just sit there and enjoy the music, the peace and quiet, and just enjoy yourself. Yeah, so Zach, I didn't know that you didn't have the surgery yet. I thought you recently had it.
$14 days? No way. 2 weeks turnaround time? Are you kidding? That was an act of God. 14 days. Wow. I just don't want to do one because of the fingerprint thing now. And no trust. Well, you can do a trust, but you got to fingerprint the family. That's a bunch of crap. Well, found the problem in the dryer. Fried heat element, fried thermostat. Yeah. The ones on my old Maytag, that thing is a tank. It ran forever. Like, I'm talking 30 years forever. It always broke. The element snapped somewhere just by vibration. But nowadays, who knows what they do in there.
Hey, James. James Pollard is here.
James Pollard is here. I'm a world record. Oops. Yeah, make sure to verify when you're, a few shots like this. Preacher, we did this today. Make sure to verify there's straight holes before you put the can on it and after the can for baffle strike. That's after the can. All right. That way you don't, a nice flat piece of cardboard or a couple layers with gap in between. That's how you really test it, but I got too lazy. Who is Ashley talking to? Special request for it. I never had to worry about anything. anything bullets to shoot. Yeah, that's the other thing about. Oops, let me go up one. I'm behind now. Yeah, the great thing about casting is pretty soon you got piles of bullets everywhere. You don't have to worry about a shortage or prices or anything. All you need is the lead. And stay away from mixing zinc with lead, but you'll learn that.
Yeah, make sure you separate your zinc. That's for sure.
Yeah, don't.
Because you got zinc wheel weights, you got steel wheel weights, and you got plastic wheel weights, and then you got soft lead wheel weights, which are usually the stick-ons. The zinc usually has a ZN on it. Start looking, just look at the wheel weights in your hands when you figure out this one's lead and this one's steel and this one's zinc, and look at the clips, the way they're mounted. You'll see that each one is mounted differently. So it'll help you decide which is lead and which is not.
And when you bang them on a piece of metal, you can tell the difference in sound.
Yep.
The tried and true way is to take a pair of wire cutters and boom, you can feel lead is soft. It's zinc. It's not.
Yeah, I use a deburring tool that you use in the machine shop, like they take the edge off of things. It's a cheap tool. You scrape it, lead will scrape, nothing else will.
That's cool. That's fast.
Yeah, that's quick. So you pick it up.
You can just lay them. You can lay them out and ching 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 ching.
Yeah. But the zinc has the letter ZN on it. All right, but if you look at them, the clips are all mounted differently to the lead or the zinc or the steel. And plastic you can't miss. It's plastic coated.
Yeah, Hobbies hasn't done much videos lately since they've been pounding the law on him. Not on him, but on his peoples, the Canadians. Tactical FUD is here. Hey, Tactical FUD. Preacher, you're going to laugh when I do that video segment just for you. You're going to laugh. Everything is perfect.
All right, guys, I'm going to sit here in the side chat for another 5 to 10 minutes, and I'm heading off to bed. So everybody have a great rest of their weekend. We'll catch you next weekend or wherever else I catch you.
All right, glad you got the revolver done. Oh, you didn't go to the range and shoot the Rusty.
Of course not. It's 28 degrees outside.
Oh my gosh.
I want to do a garage pop, but I'd be shooting on my neighbor's house.
Oh my gosh.
Well, he's got a big tree in front of his house. Maybe I can shoot at the tree.
Okay. Well, I would say bundle up like an Eskimo and go out shooting.
Yeah.
It's how you dress.
Yeah, chessboard, that works, but it's soft lead. The old lead window. Oh, the lead window weights. Yeah, that's what's still soft lead.
Tin Man wants chicken advice from Preacher. How do you take care of a bad rooster? An uppity rooster? How do you take care of one of those, Preacher?
You snap his neck and cook him.
Oh, Preacher took care of one before, yeah. Next thing you know is a skillet. Okay, good night, Andy. Let's see. Can you do what Chicken Eats vids? He's done a lot of those. Are you talking to Tin Man? Yeah, let's do some Tin Man. What do chickens eat? Our Patriot is here. Yeah, see, I wanted to do chickens, but and I got to cage them. You saw the mountain lion tracks in the backyard. That's the first thing. That thing is going to be all over. So, and they can rip out some chicken wire with them big claws. So, or push the whole thing over. They could push the chicken coop over. I know cats. I have a little lion out there. Yeah. William Gainley is here. Hey, William.
You do a video maybe a year or so back, something from your bathroom window about a mountain lion or something?
Oh yeah, screaming. Yeah, forgot
Yeah.
about. Yeah, that was weird. 3 a.m. hearing screams, and that was right there at Devil's Corner. That's where the noise was coming from. So he was on the property in a weird spot, kind of, because the mountain is behind us. So that was kind of weird. He was down there. I think he was calling another cat. He was trying to mate or something. He or she. Yeah.
We really don't have those type of cats around here. We mostly had coyotes, but they got thinned out pretty quick within a couple of years. Everybody got together and just went out and started popping them left and right.
Yeah. Gunswatter's here. Yeah, well, they hunt the mountain lions every year. I get dogs in the backyard trespassing and dealing with the hunter and yelling at him. Yeah, and they say, well, it's good for if you have pets and blah, but no, you just want the pelt. You just want to mount that thing. Don't give me your excuses like you're doing me a favor because they never hurt me or my cats. So they don't. They're wild. They don't get too. It's not like a city mountain lion where they come in the neighborhoods. They know if I go out there putting up a target, which I'm always armed, they pretty much know not to mess with you unless you get at one that's kind of uppity. But so far so good. I always watch my back though because that's where they're coming from. They'll be behind you, pouncing. And so I always look back when I'm hiking down back to the house. Always looking around just in case.
Yeah, I think maybe the worst thing we get around here, probably once in a while, we might get a mid-sized black bear or something, but they don't bother nobody. They see somebody, they turn around and run off unless they got a cub nearby or something like that.
Sage Hunter, I don't know what you mean by dry camper. I know. I'm glad you didn't say dry. Per. No. Dry. Per. All right. Let's see. It's time for a ciggy in the garage. Yeah, it's good to see you guys again. A week off was a little tough. Glad people are still here watching and talking and not drinking. Yeah. Agua today. Agua. Yeah, that's why I'm all over the place. That's why I'm all over the place and can't finish a project because I'm just bouncing around now. I'm just hyper. Yeah. What has it been? 5 months? Something like that. I don't know. There's a video when I quit. I'm still going to have one now and then, but it's not going to be like every day thing. It's like the fat bastard where he has to eat like 10 tons of food every day. No, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not quoting that one. I'm not quoting that one. I just got done with my pipe out on the back porch. Oh, the pipe. Yeah. Got to quit smoking too. Yeah. That is the hard one, is quit smoking. Drinking wasn't tough. Don't miss the hangovers and all that stuff. I do like the buzz. I miss the buzz, but that first buzz, yeah. AK is beautiful, yeah. That's fun. I'll do some updates on that. There's a few little things. That one's fun, and it's probably the first AK I shot with an actual scope on it. Yes, it is. No, I had the Sega with the scope on it, but That's been so long I can't even remember. Yeah, that was fun. Sir Walter Raleigh.
Do they still make that?
Isn't that a tobacco?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the
I'm
pack
not,
where you roll your own.
I'm not familiar with pipe smoking tobacco.
Oh,
You had what, Prince Albert, and that was the big joke. You got him in a can. Yeah, well, you better let him out. We got phone calls back in the day like that. Somebody'd call and ask us that.
yeah,
And that got me to doing, well, I'd star 69 on and ask, is your refrigerator running? I was only like 9, 10 years old, you know. They'd say, yeah, the refrigerator's running. Why? Well, you better catch it, you know. Just a kid, but
well, I was a little dirtier than that as a kid. I would, everyone, okay, you're talking probably, yeah, a long time ago, 60s, 70s, but everyone liked to do crank calls. It was a thing. It was like streaking came later. And so I'd call some people randomly and say, no, I'd call the bowling alley and say, do you have 10-pound bowling balls? Or do you have 10-pound balls? And they'd say, yes. And then I'd say, well, you must have a huge jock. So stupid.
yeah, the crank calls would get a little bit dirtier as I got older, you know. So
Yeah.
I guess about all of us has done that at one time or another.
Yeah, it was just stupid stuff. Well, there he is.
What do you say, Dave?
Dave, are you frozen or are you just holding still there? Oh, now he's
There
moving.
he is.
No, I'm here. Let's go. All right.
It probably
How's it
just
going,
took
fellas?
There
us.
it is.
Oh, there it is. Raleigh in a can.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
I hadn't seen that in ages.
You know, I'm not sure, but I think he was the guy that was famous for, like, you know, he took his jacket off and some woman went and walked across a mud puddle or something like that. He was some sort of gentleman back in the day or some crap. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that and Carter Hall's really good. You know, a lot cheaper than buying cigarettes. I'm telling you that right now. You know, I mean, cigarettes here in Washington State, cigarettes are like $13 a pack.
Wow.
You guys still see me?
That's crazy.
That's $13 a pack here, man. It's getting nuts. And you know, dude, man, it's like I said earlier. I mean, it's like our administration and you know, it's just somebody's cut the head off the monster and it's just running through the countryside and there's nothing anybody can do about it. You know, when working people, retired people, people that have invested their lives into this country, okay, that are investing their lives in this country, when they can't afford to go down and eat food that they want, I'm not talking about steak and lobster every night. I'm just talking about picking out, you know, different things for, you know, they have to budget and skimp and eat hamburger and macaroni. When it starts getting like that, it really shows that the leadership is to blame for all of this because they're not fixing that. You know, it's easier for a person to get on welfare and state assistance than it is for me as a federal retiree to collect my pension. There is something screwed up in this country.
Well, hopefully,
And, you know, it doesn't do me any good to get upset about it. This, you know, it really doesn't. All it does is it's almost like they have to prove that it's broke before they fix it. You know what I mean? They have to break it before they fix it. And that's what they're doing.
They're doing it on
You know,
purpose.
wartime economy after World War II. I mean, all these airplanes, these missiles, all these ships and everything like that they made during World War II. All the fat cats made money like crazy off of that. And you know what? They want it to go on and on and on and on and on and on. So yeah. Yeah. So that's my speech. That's my rant. I'm sorry.
Looking forward to better times. That's all I got to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$20 a pack, and wow,
and I lived in the Carter years too. So
that's crazy. You see the Canadian prices on tobacco. Tobacco's just like America, and that's North America, South America, America.
Well, I smoke these right here, and they're about well, they're $80 for a carton here in my part of Virginia, but a carton will do me over 2 weeks.
yeah,
I have a reloading machine. So, reloading machine, waterproof containers. There you go. The papers with the filters on them, they're cheap. Buy them by the case. They're stupid cheap. Super easy. You should try reloading your own. Get a good source of bag tobacco. Buy a used. We got a used. What is it? I don't know. It's like a single stage, and I just go by like that. And man, that thing's built like a tank. I think it's a top. Oh.
yeah. Hi, Ashley.
Garage guy, you're going to save huge on rolling your own. Just find a good place, outlet that has the tobacco in the bags, and you buy the bricks of pre-roll, paper, and you slip it on the machine, crank the handle,
Yeah.
bam.
Yeah, they call those tubes. They call them tubes here, and I've had several tenants that rent it from me that saved a lot of money doing that. They'd go buy the big bags, tobacco, buy the carton of tubes, and do their own, and they weren't half bad.
No, actually, I tried a pack of smokes when I ran out of a bag of tobacco, and I was like, "My gosh, there's all kinds of stuff in this store-bought cigarette. What do they put gunpowder in this thing, or what?" Yeah. Yep. So I think I'm paying a third.
I'm going to tell you what, I did the same thing. I mean, I did the same thing. I picked up a pack of smokes and I had like 2 cigarettes out of that, and it tasted like they soaked them in seawater before you smoke it. They're so salty. I was like, oh my God, I used to smoke these things like crazy. And ever since I've gone on the pipe, I just, the pipe is tobacco. That's all you're smoking is tobacco. You don't have all those other enhanced chemicals and crap like that, and enhancement of the of the nicotine and all that other crap. You just got plain old tobacco.
Even the paper they used on
it does it for me, man.
Cigarettes, you can tell it's sparking. There's stuff in the paper, lines, and this doesn't do it. But store bought, there's ingredients in there I don't want.
The funny thing is that if you smoke a pipe in your house, you're not going to end up with all that yellow crap all over your walls and on your ceiling and stuff. But if you smoke cigarettes, you will.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's why I smoke in the garage. I'm not allowed to smoke in the house. Wife hates the smell.
I don't smoke in my house because this is an investment. My house was an investment, and if I want the most amount of money for it, when I put it up for sale, people have to come over and look through it. The first thing I don't want them to say is, "Oh, this is a great house, but man, it smells like cigarettes in here. Oh my God." You know what I mean? I don't want that. So I do it to protect my investment.
Yeah.
when we were looking for a house, that was one of the things that I noticed when we were out looking at houses. I walk in the front door, if it smelled like cigarettes, I really wasn't interested in even looking any further into that home, you know?
You know, a lot of people don't even consider something like that when they're looking for a house. That don't pop into their mind unless they actually walk into a house and there's been some heavy smokers in there. Thing about this house here, my mother smoked for years, and I haven't had anybody, come in, non-smokers come in and say anything about it, but I like to burn candles, and that takes a lot of that smell away.
Yeah, it burns it up. You live with your mom?
No, this was a house she had. Unfortunately,
okay.
She's in an assisted living place now. So I'm pretty much just
anyway, my shoulder. As far as my shoulder, that's as high as I can lift my arm, and I can't lift it up over my head. I mean, I can reach about there. That's it, and that's it. And it's because I got this hardware that's in here and needs to come out. Once I get the hardware out, though, one thing the surgeon was telling me, he says, Dave, he says, it's been that way for so long. I don't know if you're ever going to be able to get real full mobility up above your head. And so that might be something that you're going to have to work it out with your physical therapist. So, I mean, no guarantees. I mean, what happened to me was really bad. That's what he said. Yeah. What happened to you, Dave, was really bad. Yeah. So, yeah, it was a compound fracture. It was like 6 different pieces they had to glue back together. They had to put this big metal bar-like thing in there, which is still in there. Yeah. Yeah, it's no fun, man.
Yeah, even frozen shoulder sucks. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know why, but for some reason on my end here, I mean, I can see everything I'm doing, but on your guys' end, you guys keep roboting.
Okay, that's
Am I roboting?
Yeah, you were roboting in the beginning.
Yeah.
It's just connection or service, whatever. Yeah, so hobbies, how come, I want to ask Hobby, how he might have answered already, but how come you haven't been doing videos? Just don't feel
I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to go ahead and jump off on roboting. If I'm roboting, I'm going to go ahead and jump off. So anyway, thanks for having me on, Jim. It was nice seeing you guys.
You too, Dave.
All right, take care, Dave. Hold the fort down over there. How long have we been on anyway? Oh, not even 2 hours. Wow. So I'm glad this device that laptop is working. I almost gave up on it. I don't know much about computers, but before the screen would come on, and then before I logged in on the other one and got that all set up for Streamyard, I was like, okay, let's give this one more try, and it turned on. Weird.
Yeah. The internet signal here at my house, the lines going up and down the road, they put them in back in 2000, and the signal here coming to my house isn't very strong. And the past couple of months when I would be on Hillbilly's live stream, something would happen. I'd end up, to lose a signal, and, I'd get off of it. And then last week, it was working really well. So I get on there, and right before we get with the first topic, I hear a knock on my door. And this was like 10:15. And it was a former coworker of mine, and she was dog-faced drunk, belligerent, and I'm surprised she didn't crash her car coming up here. And the first thing that came to my mind was, why in the world do you come to my house? You know, because when we worked together, you know, we just knew each other. We weren't really close friends or anything, but for some reason, she just showed up here. And so the one night the internet was working good, I had to get off the live stream to go deal with her drunk ass.
You should have recorded the whole thing. You should have went live the whole time.
I should have. I mean, it was hilarious. And she got in an argument with her boyfriend. And I'm like, okay. But I'm like, why are you here? I mean, we know each other, we get along, but we're not close friends. Why me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was just in the neighborhood, and I said, you live 20 damn miles from here. Why me? So I finally got her straightened up a little bit. I drove her home, and then the next morning, about 11 a.m., she comes with her boyfriend and picked her car up, and they seemed to be all lovey-dovey again. And I told him, I said, don't let her go out of the driveway like that again.
Yeah.
You know, and I tell you what, they say men can get nasty when they've been drinking. I'm sorry, a drunk female will make a man look like a wimp anytime.
Yeah, that's one thing I'd never do is drive. Even with a beer, I wouldn't drive after one beer.
Oh, I wouldn't either. It's just ain't worth it. It's too expensive. If you get caught, and if you end up running into somebody, hurting them or killing them, you know, that's it. You're paying the rest of your life.
Yeah. Well, there was an exception. As long as it's on my property, I'm okay. Tractor, quads, whatever, but
Yeah,
not in public where it affects someone else.
right. Yeah. But it still puzzled me. Why me?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I said, did you stop anywhere between where you left your place and here? No, I just come straight here. And I'm like, why? She couldn't answer.
I don't know. People are going. I don't know if something's in the water or whatever, but there's one cop channel I watch. You know, where the cops dispatch of certain perps. You know, in every video they dispatch of them, and you got to wonder what is going on. It has to be the drugs or something, because these people are crazy. They're nuts.
Yeah. Well, I've seen a few live streams where some people was feeling no pain. You know, the first live stream I was ever on was the night before Thanksgiving, about 4 years ago. Scotsman came on, him and Josh Benoit. And of course, you know, with the holiday coming up, I'd had a few sips myself. I got in a side chat, and Scotsman's like, hey, Mark, let me send you a link. And I'm like, okay, I can do this. And about the first half hour, I was just sitting up like this, you know, talking. About an hour later, I was sitting back in the chair like, oh, Lord. And another one, I was telling you a few weeks ago, the last live stream I'd been on was your 2021 Christmas hat chat. The next week after that, there was a guy named Jeremy on your panel there, and he was sitting there with a bottle of Maker's Mark whiskey. And he's wearing glasses and kind of had long hair. And that Maker's Mark is like looks like candle wax coming down, but it's red.
Yeah.
Anyhow, he was sitting there talking, you know, just straight, you know, sitting up straight and everything. And then about an hour and a half, 2 hours later, he's sitting there like it with his hand on that bottle going, hey, Jim. I remember that one. That was a doozy of a live stream that night.
Well, I've had lots of moments in live streams over the years, but it took a lot. Yeah, it took a lot. So I just drank too much. I'm talking a lot. So it's so much better now, especially on the liver.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I get more done, so like today, I did 5 things today. Tough, lots of, I should have just done one project, but I threw them all together. So normally I do a thing and then take my nap and wake up and do something else. And the thing I miss the most is I really love doing goofball videos when I was hammered. So most of those goofball videos, I was schnockered. So I miss that. So yeah.
Yeah, you did one goofball video last year I really enjoyed. Well, 2 of them. One of them you was doing like Black Sabbath Paranoid. You did like a music video to that, and you had like yourself chained to a tire on your 4-wheeler or something like that, and that was a good one. Then there was another one where you was doing like a iced tea or coffee ad, and you used a pair of underwear for the filter and put it through.
Yeah. Uncle Jim's Mountain Man tea. Yeah,
There you go. Yeah.
I like that one.
Yeah.
I drank out of a toilet. There's all kinds of videos out there. I should try and find them all and put them all in one spot. And sometimes I'm thinking, wow, what were you thinking, dude? What were you thinking? But that's cool. I tell you what, I had fun. I had fun doing it. It added, other than eating up your liver and stuff, it added years on my life just laughing, making these things. So,
yeah. Well, that's one of the things I enjoyed about your channel. You'd have your regular firearm related videos or reloading videos, and then once in a while would come the occasional goofball video, and I'm like, okay, I got to see this.
Yeah, I usually can't go a month without a goofball. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do a goofball. Probably the next video or two is going to be a goofball on taste test. Esau sent some cat treats, so it's a cat treat testing video, and there's going to be a little goofball in the end for that one.
Yeah.
Won't be so severe, but yeah. I'm still weird. I'm still going to do goofball. I still got it there. It's still here. It's just it takes a little more to bring it out now. Yeah. Before
I tell you, somebody that was really good at videos like that was Mr. Holster, and he did a video describing Scotsman's foreign and domestic live stream, and the first words out of his mouth, and he kept such a straight face. He said, "For those of you that seen foreign and domestic, I'm sorry." That had to be the best opening line ever. He had such a look on his face, and then he would describe them. It was like a bunch of guys at a bar discussing the Gilligan's Island episode or something like that, and he kept that serious look on his face through the whole video, and my sides were hurting from laughing so hard. I mean, he had that kind of personality, where people would say, "Oh, this is going to be serious," and then all of a sudden you hear this stuff, and he's not cracking a smile, and that was what was so funny about him. All this stuff you wouldn't expect.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't. I didn't get to know, or I didn't know about him until after because of Scotsman.
Yeah.
Here's Tin Man. Yeah, I'd had to catch up on that.
Yeah.
There he is, the Birdman from Alcatraz.
I'm something. I don't know what I am.
Chicken Boy. No, Chicken.
Dude, today has been an absolute crazy day.
We'll come up with a good name for you. Believe me. Maybe Mrs. Tin Man
Chicken
has.
shit.
Mrs. Tin Man has them already.
You can just call me chicken shit. I don't care.
So how's it going? Are all the chicks intact? I think he's roboting. Roboting.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay, now we can hear you. Nope.
I'm glad I pay $100 a month for this internet.
Okay, now
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, you just left.
What if I turn my camera off? I wonder if it'll help. No, I didn't leave.
James just came up with a good name.
I like that, James.
Oh, that's a good one. Gunswatter, Andy went to bed. And Sage, I can't believe they did that on your own property. That's weird.
Well, you was talking about chickens. My sister's daughter, my niece, her and her husband live on the Maryland coast, and they have a chicken farm. And I went up there and helped them work in it for 2 weeks a few years back, and I did not eat chicken again for probably 6 months after that.
Yeah.
The chicken houses they had, probably about 175 yards long each one. They had 8 of them, and you'd have to go through there 2 or 3 times a day, picking up the dead or crippled chickens or whatever and discarding them. And
Yeah.
I was like, nope. Chicken legs used to be my favorite dinner, that macaroni and cheese, and I'm like, oh no. I didn't even look at chicken. I didn't think about it for, like I said, a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, my dad, when he was young, he worked in a meat plant, and he couldn't eat that brand of meat ever again. So, I think it was Bar S Meats or whatever, just because of working there,
Yeah.
As long as it wasn't that brand, he was fine with it, but he just couldn't eat his own company's. Yeah. 70. Wow. Patriot Paul, that's getting warm. Holy mackerel. It's springtime.
St. Louis. Well, I was earlier this week, I was watching Fox Weather, and they was talking about, is winter over with already? And they was talking El Nino or whatever they call these weather systems, keeping all the cold polar air up around Canada and the North Pole, and said we're going to be in for an early spring and maybe a pretty hot summer this year, the whole country. But it all runs in cycles, so many years. California had a drought. Now they're getting all this rain. They call them atmospheric rivers. And then the mountains are getting all the snow back. And, it's going to be, it just comes in cycles. One summer it'll be soaking wet. The next summer it'll be hot. And then the next year it'll be half and half.
Yeah. Yeah, for us, last winter was a ton of snow. It was one of the records. And this winter, I'm hoping it's enough for all the water in late August and stuff like that for people.
Yeah.
Farmers and stuff. Because
Yeah. Go ahead.
I don't think I plowed enough this year, so we're probably going to have some people might have a drought farming or something. I don't know.
Yeah. But I remember they was showing a few years ago out California at Lake Mead, I believe, where it was down so low, the reservoirs and everything, and people was worried about water. And it showed some people in California where all the grass that died in their yards, they said to heck with it. They put down plastic and put down colored rocks. And that's what they had for the yards. And now with all this rain and everything, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, oh, there's Tread. Tread is here. Thanks.
What's up, fellas?
How you
Hey,
doing?
I'm driving down the road, so
Oh, okay.
heading to the house.
All right. All right. Be safe driving. I can't multitask.
What y'all talking about tonight?
Oh, everything. Politics, weather, chickens, everything, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, we got 10 men with the chickens, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, I can't believe there's still fires up in Canada. That's crazy. So, how are things going, Tread?
Doing all right. My brother's in town, so him and Dad went to the gun show today up in Columbia. And he's trying to sell off some of his collection. My dad is trying to sell off some of his collection. Some old 29s and 27-2s and under.
Wow.
Stuff like that. Some Model 59s, the Model 52-1s, and
Ooh, did you get to the opportunity or no?
I mean, I can get whatever I want if I want to, but nobody's really got the extra money to spend on 29s right now,
Yeah.
especially the ones that are pending recessed.
Yeah, and 25s and the other.
He's got 125 in the 45 Colt. It's a 25-5, I think.
Okay.
I told my brother, I said, that's about the only one I'm really interested in is that 25 and 45 Colt. It's a 6-inch.
Yeah.
The 29s and 27s are all 8 3/8.
Okay. Long ones.
Yeah, so I'm not really interested in those too much. He's got some nice 59s. He sold a 639 tonight or today, which it was all right. I mean, it was immaculate with the box and everything, but for what it is, I'm not a 9mm person, so if I was, I would definitely be interested.
Yeah. I don't know. Man.
They sold a Calico 9mm.
Oh yeah.
He still got the Calico and 22 long rifle.
Yeah, the Calico with the magazine on top.
Yep. He had a 50-round mag for 9mm.
Yeah. I haven't seen one.
And the 22, I think, has a 100-round mag.
Yeah.
It's got the wood stocks and everything on it.
Oh, wood stocks.
The 9mm had the adjustable rear stock. He sent it back to Calico because I think they're still in business. At least they were a few years ago.
Wow.
And it had the adjustable sliding stock, but back in the 83 band thing,
Yeah.
they had to pin the stock
Yeah.
on it, and he sent it back to them to have it unpinned and make it adjustable again. So he did that, but it's sold pretty quick.
Huh. Well,
But all the 29s and 27s, the nickels and the blues, are all pristine. The blues don't have a scratch around the cylinder. I mean, they're perfect. But nobody's got over $2,000 to spend on a 838 29.
yeah.
Hey, preacher.
Hey, Tread, how are you? Garage guy, Uncle Jim.
Hey, how you doing?
Good to see you, preacher.
Good to drop in.
How are you doing over there?
Good over here. I wasn't joking about getting that suppressor back in just under 14 days.
Wow.
The guy, I bought it on a Wednesday afternoon. Did all the paperwork online. Came home, and I thought, maybe I'll get that by September, and I can squirrel hunt with it next year. It was a 22 can. And I got an email like at 7 o'clock in the morning. I was like, ATF? I was like, oh, that probably just means I'm in the system. I mean, it takes 2 weeks just to get in the system,
Yeah.
And I was like, oh no, man, there's a stamp in there. And so it wasn't just 20 minutes. The guy at the gun shop called me. He goes, man, you're not going to believe this. And I said, do I really get it? And he said, man, it's yours. He said, 5 months was the fastest we've ever seen this go. He said 2 weeks is unheard of.
They should have had the Charlton Heston Moses music going when they announced that.
I walked in and I said, I want the belt. He said, what? I said, I'm the world champion ATF form filler outer guy. I want the belt. I broke a record. I waited 2 weeks to get a suppressor.
Kyle is here. Hey, Kyle. Yeah, that is amazing time. That's crazy. Maybe they watched your videos or something. I don't know.
He was like, do you know people? I said, man, I know everybody.
You're going to love a 22 can. Everyone's got to have a 22 can.
I got it last Wednesday. I mean, I went and shot it Thursday, and man, I thought it would affect my point of impact. I was like, I got to go shoot it and make sure I'm still on.
No.
And I hit the exact same place with the can on as I did with the can off.
Yeah, they're small and light, and they're very handy on pistols too. So that's great. What kind did you get?
A Silencer Co. Sparrow 2.
Okay, so it comes off and the clamshells take apart.
Yeah, I was thinking he told me I couldn't take it apart, but somebody else was like, no, you can take a Sparrow apart.
The Sparrow's claim to fame back in the day was it was the first easy to take apart suppressor because you unscrew it and you got 2 side panels, so you don't have to like push it through, and it's all dirty and it's super easy. Yeah, and that'll sound really good on rifles too.
Yeah, I've been shooting. I've shot some CCI quiet through it, and I've shot some standard velocity and something else. But yeah, man, you don't hear nothing.
Yeah, standard vel is all you need for real quiet on longer barrels or whatever. But yeah, it's beating the sonic crack. That's it.
Yep.
And it made you laugh, didn't it?
Yep. It made me grin from ear to ear.
Yeah, it did. It's like
I had CCI quiet in it. My son was going to work the other day, and I walked out on the porch with him. I said, listen to this. And with the quiet, it's only like 900 feet per second, all you were hearing, all you were hearing was a bullet smack a stump out in the woods.
Yeah,
it was like, holy crap! It's hitting the stump is louder than anything else. I was like, tell me about it.
Yeah, no one would have a clue. Just
no.
stupid.
I've got a bunch of stuff going on next few days, but our squirrel season ends on 29th. But I was like, man, I wish I had 3 or 4 days free. I would just go squirrel hunting crazy.
They're just going to sit there and go, what was that? And then if you hit the branch, they go,
You got Larry.
"Oh, why is this branch going off?"
Why is Larry flopping around? Why is Bill flopping around?
Yeah. What was that? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I knew you'd like that. And the Sparrow's a good tough can. It's a monocore. So on a pistol, the first pop might sound a little louder, but it's not loud.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and it, easy to clean, big grooves in between. Have you taken it apart yet?
I haven't.
Okay, it's just got these slits with baffles in between, so it's
Yeah, I haven't done anything to it other than threaded on my Tika bolt action 22, and man, it's
now you're going to be buying anything threaded 22 pistols. You should get one of the Taurus's TX 22. That thing is light and quiet with a can on it. It doesn't feel weird. I can recommend a few pistols that are really fun in 22. Suppressed.
Thorzax has a question when making stew, russets or Yukons for potatoes in a slow cook recipe. It really depends. If you want it kind of creamier, I would put Yukons. If you don't, put russets are about the same. It really doesn't matter. If you want it more yellow, go with the Yukons. Doesn't matter.
Esau's here. Hey, Esau.
Well, Jim, that Walther pistol I was telling you about earlier, it's got the threaded barrel on it as well.
Well, nowadays everyone's threading everything.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
when I was, my cans are 12 years old, so I had to pick out certain guns or have them threaded. A lot of mine were threaded. Now everyone's doing it, so they come that way.
Yeah.
A neat one was those older Smiths, 2213, 422. You can change the bushing on the front. It's concentric, and then bam, you don't have to thread it.
Right.
And I love those even today. So tread must be home. They're wagging their tails.
I am. But my son's asleep, so I had to let him out the front door so he don't sit there and start barking, raising all kinds of cane and waking him up because he's got to work tomorrow. So.
Yeah, I didn't get dinner today. It's been busy, so I've been munching on the bison and the venison sticks, and that's Din Din. It's good stuff. Hot peanut mix, yeah. The weird ones. Anyone else out there have Japanese peanuts? They look like peanuts in a thing, and I bite into one. I was like, wait, it's got the shell on it or something. No, it doesn't. I don't know what the outside is, but that was cool. Probably
wasabi or something.
No, it's a hard crust type deal. 22 need an adapter. What did he mean there?
Well, some of them have that slip-on thing with like set screws. If you don't,
no, you don't want that. You can get a baffle strike. The adapter I was talking about actually replaces the barrel bushing, and it screws into that, and a guy makes it that's threaded. And you buy one of those, and you don't have to pay for a threaded barrel. But now everything has threaded barrel. The little Rugers, the big Rugers, the Smith & Wesson MPs, everything. Oh, man. So preachers, sometime when you see good deals or trades, whatever, pick up something with threaded barrel. On a pistol, really short and handy, and you can just afoof. But the Taurus is nice. It holds what, 15, 17 rounds? My gosh, and it's light.
16. Yeah.
16, and it feeds everything.
Yeah.
I have a jam. And they're pretty cheap, so that was a good one.
Yep.
I thought about getting that TX22 competition model. It's got the
Forward thing.
optic ready and
Mhm.
muzzle brake on it, and I think, and that's only like $4 1/4.
Hmm.
A lot of other firearm companies, you order a fire pistol like that, it's going to be way more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, I can see Preacher having a lot of fun with that 22 can. They're so stealthy. No one has a clue. Critters don't have a clue. Nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's I've got a 30 cal can. I just don't seem to use it that much. I mean, I usually keep it threaded on my 6 arc, and then occasionally I'll put it on my 300 blackout bolt gun and shoot it. But I just don't. This 22, I mean, I shoot it all the time, anyways, just out the door. Oh, there's there's 5 squirrels out there. Go get 2 or 3 of them, and
yeah. I would always tell people you got to have a 22 can, and they'd say, "Why? It's a wimpy caliber. I want the big boy stuff." I'm like, "Dude, just believe me. Okay, I have a couple, and there's a reason I have more than one." Yeah.
well, you could shoot them in your backyard in town if you had a backstop for your bullets. Nobody would even know what you were doing next door.
Yeah.
The May 22 LR is the most fun round out there.
Yep.
Buy brick, shoot all day. That brick may cost a little more than it did back when, but still a lot of fun.
That's what I've mainly been shooting, this 22. I've been shooting a bunch of it. I've got about 1,000 cases of 223 5.56 that I've picked up at the range. I've sized, deprimed, tumbled. I'm in the process of uniforming. I decided I was going to trim everything to the exact same length and chamfer, deburr, take the primer, crimp out. I'm just going to get everything all the same, and I'm going to load it and set it aside. I want to take a prairie dog hunting trip somewhere out west this summer, and I'd like to take at least 1,000 223 with me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been prepping it probably about 50 at a time, and shoot them, throw them in a thing, and then once I tumble the brass, they're all done, type deal. Until you trim them one, each time, but after you size them, but getting over. And you have a 300 blackout, right?
I have a Remington 700 300 blackout.
Okay, that's fun too. You know that.
Yeah, I've shot a bunch of stuff for it. I would like to get a 30 cal mold for it. MCK sent me some bullets that he had cast. They were smooth, had a gas check. I shot like a 1/2-inch group with them at 50 yards.
Mhm.
Cast bullets. I mean, they shot great. And those are the only cast bullets that I've ever had, and 30 cal shot great. So find that I want to say it was like 158 grain, 153 grain, something like that.
Well, the Lee 155 shoots good, and it has a gas check cut, and that's a good bread and butter. You can just get a 2-cavity mold cheap whenever you see them or whatever. That's a good bread and butter one, and it'll come out to be about 250. It's a little heavier than 255, or 155.
Right.
Powder coated with gas check, so that's about the weight you want, and those shoot good.
Yeah.
I just got a break open. Oh, he got a CVA. Yeah, I like single shots. That's going to be fun. Yeah. And he saw, who knows what he's been getting lately. I can't keep up with him. 220, 22, what? And he's been getting cans also. So I have no idea what he's been up to. So yeah, they're fun. Especially like 50 yards or something. Like you said, squirrels sitting there and you miss and they're like, oh, what was that? What's going on here? What should I do? What's going on? And they just look, or they'll do this.
Yeah.
They look up and then just make themselves totally exposed.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Has Tin Man contacted you about chickens yet?
No.
Oh, he has chicks in his basement now.
He said he had chickens. He's got them in the basement.
He's got chicks.
Sounds like his wife is ruling the roost to me.
No, she's listening. Watch out now. But yeah, I guess he's going to do chickens.
Yep.
So he'll need some tips.
I'm actually going to be traveling through Iowa here soon, so maybe Tin Man and I can meet up.
Oh, that'd be great. That'd be great. Yeah, the C312. I can show you the box or text it to you, Preacher. That's a good cheap bread and butter mold, and I like the big heavies. You'd like the Turtle Popper heavies, 230 grain or whatever.
I like them that are accurate. I don't really care how heavy they are.
They're accurate. I got a video called Black Betty. You can watch that video. It's shooting it with the camera on the target the whole time. Yeah, they're accurate and quiet.
They're in his kitchen.
They were in the base. Oh, they're in your kitchen.
They're in my kitchen. Miss Tin Man says my kitchen. I'm telling you. I can see who's roosting on the corner of the bed tonight.
She was listening then. Yeah.
Yep.
My kitchen.
Yep.
Excuse me.
Tin Man better make him a pallet in the basement or be quiet, one or the other.
Oh, yeah. He saw. Can you believe Preacher got one in 14 days? He saw. My God. Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes you get that agent that's fast and efficient, and then you get the government worker, and it takes you a year.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, like I said, I bought it on a Wednesday afternoon. The next Wednesday, like 2 Wednesdays later, I had it. The guy was like, it's exactly 14 days. Less than it, when you get down to the hours, you're less than 14 days since you were here.
Yeah, but you should have said that the earth was made in 7.
6.
6. Yeah, the 7th was the rest. Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, dude, I have never seen this in my life. He's like, he goes, your paperwork just must have printed and been on top. He said, it makes no sense. Well, look who showed up.
They give all the Baptist preachers front of the line service. What do you mean, man? You know exactly why they got you.
Yeah, what's taking my burger so long? My suppressor only took 14 days.
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
I'm just gloating in the world championship of the fastest tax stamp turnaround.
Dude, that's unreal.
You should do a UFC belt. That'd be hilarious.
Are you sure you already didn't apply for a can like 18 months ago?
I went to the range with it Thursday, and I was going to take my camera, and the title of my video was going to be, I think I set a world record. And I told the guy, I said, is this like a world record? He said, it's a land speed record, son. This has never been done before. Land speed record's what he said. Yep.
Guns and water, those would be the worst tasting cookies ever, man. Powder coat stinks when you cook it.
Oh, yeah. That must tasted good.
Ugh. Don't mind me. I'm just forming some 300 blackout brass here. Camera on.
300 blackout brass.
Yes. You guys hear me okay? Am I roboting?
No.
Okay. My computer was acting funny before. Just checking. Yeah, one of our good friends got a 300 blackout, so I figured maybe I'll help him out.
My brother just got a Palmetto State 300 blackout with a 8.5 inch. It's like a pistol.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got a little brace on the back, but we shot it. And a matter of fact, I shot some of those reloads, some of the bullets that MCK had sent me. I think they were 155 grain. He had powder coated them and gas checked them. I mean, he had me done up, sent me a bag of them, and I had like 5 left. My brother shot them through his 8-inch barrel. And I want to say he shot like 1.5 inches at 50 yards with an 8-inch barrel. I thought that was pretty impressive.
That's awesome.
And a red dot. So I was like, man, that's pretty impressive for cast bullets and a red dot.
Right.
1/2-inch barrel. So
that's awesome. Yeah, he's got a good mold, MCK, that 150 grain flat point.
Yeah. Man, that thing, it shoots as good as 165 core locks or 125 grain nozzlers. It shoots as good as any commercial bullet that I've had.
Yep.
Yeah, there's some good lead bullets that shoot good, and 300 blackout's one of those calibers that are likey. Yeah.
But I guess another reason I'm making more 300 blackout brass because I bought a RCBS Trim Pro 2, and you can neck turn on those. So I'm going to give that a shot. Because neck turning, I chewed up my my Lee doodad for the case prep center. I chewed up 2 of those neck turning by hand. So I'm like, yeah, there's got to be a better way than this. So
it's nice to watch a video and just sit there and do that quietly rather than son of a razor. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I even got the power adapter where I can run my little screwdriver on it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, you can take yours you can't, but mine you take the handle off and put the screwdriver on it. Yeah.
Mine I had to get an adapter. It was like $10 on eBay. No big deal. Yeah, I'm itching to use that.
Has anybody ever used one of those Little Crow Gunworks, the world's finest case trimmer?
I've got it.
Mm-mm.
I've got it in 223 and the 300 blackout. Works good.
It works
But
good.
it don't taper and deburr does.
Right.
If I was going to do it over again, I'd get the Gerard 3-way. It trims, tampers, and deburrs.
Oh, okay.
That'd be sweet. Save you a couple steps.
Well, I've got a bunch of, like I said, range brass I'm trying to get put together. And I think I've got carpal tunnel with my RCBS. You stick it in, you chuck it up in you push the lever down and kind of centers, and then you crank it. Man, my forearm's going to look like Popeye by the time I get done with that.
That's the same one I got, isn't it?
Wait a minute. Wait. He just said his forearms would look like Popeye after doing that. Have you guys seen his forearms?
Yeah, his forearms look like that before that.
Hold them up. Let's see the guns. When I first met Preacher, I knew him from his videos, but I shake his hand and I'm like, my gosh, a leg is shaking my hand.
Preacher, you talking about that thing?
Yeah, that's what I got.
Yeah, I'll send you a link to that little. Here, there it is. That little battery adapter. It's got like a 1/4-inch hex. You can hook up like a battery operated screwdriver to it. No more hand cranky.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And that one's actually on an inline fab plate that goes on my mounts for my press, so I can mount it like that.
Can't you get a 3-way for that too?
Yeah, but they're pricey. They're like $50 a pop, one for each caliber. But yeah, you can. Yeah, there's a guy that sells them on eBay. They're like $10, and he makes them himself. They work pretty slick.
That's what I need.
Matter of fact, I'll send you the link right now. It took him a week to ship it, but good
For
dude.
the screwdriver attachment?
Yep.
Midway has one. I don't.
That one does not have great reviews.
Oh, okay.
For the RCBS one, anyways. RCBS makes one too, and everybody shits on it all the time.
Well, I looked at one for the Forster, and I said, hell with it. I'll just put it on, take the handle off, and put it on. You know.
Yeah, if you got a drill with a 1/2-inch chuck, it should be fine. But I don't know if you can do that on the RCBS. It has that locking collar on the back.
Right.
How do you like how the shells lock up? That's what I like about that RCBS.
I really haven't gotten to use it a whole lot yet. That's why I'm doing this brass right now.
Yeah, when you start turning it, if you kind of just bump your handle and loosen it a little bit, it'll center it right up if you don't have the brass centered.
Yeah, you want to do that with your pilot anyway. Yeah.
Right. And it works. I haven't had any trouble out of it. I mean, that's not ever been an issue. It's just if you're doing a lot and you get tired of cranking, you know.
Yeah.
I've got that Lyman Case Prep Express, the little gray round, which is great for chamfer, deburr, primer pocket work. But man, trimming, especially doing 1,000, I'm getting tired.
Yep. How the hell do you copy a link from me? There it is. Okay.
Hand me your phone. I'll send it to myself.
Dude, I don't know how to do anything on this phone. I'm an idiot.
Me to do it. I'm not allowed to link on my own live chat.
Dude, nobody who's not a moderator can put links up in the side chat.
Yeah, that's what I figured. But now I can't make Uncle Jim 3 a moderator.
I heard you talking about it. I'm like, wait a minute, Uncle Jim 3 can't post. And I looked, and it was still gray. I'm like, oh, he needs a wrench.
Yeah.
You got to do that on the YouTube side,
There you go, Preacher Harold.
not through StreamYard.
There it is. All right.
Oh, I just got an ad from.
We lost Garage Guy.
Oh. Hey, Garage Guy, if you're still out there. Oh.
Yeah, I'm itching to try this thing. That's why I went out to the shed today and cut down a bunch of Lake City brass to convert it, so I can use this baby.
Well, let's see if I can switch over.
Georgia Boy's already got several pieces of brass now.
Yeah, I figured he did.
James sent him 100 that he cut down. I sent him 150 factory 300 blackout brass. I don't know if Josh sent him some or not.
I talked to him last week one day, and boy, he's sure happy about that 300 blackout. You boys hit him with a really good surprise.
The Georgia boy.
Yeah, I mean, he was just plumb giddy about it. He said, "Them guys," he said, "that just come out of nowhere." He said, "I just kind of mentioned it that I thought about getting one." He said, "Next thing I know, it shows up."
Dude, he's been talking about that.
He's been mentioning it forever.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
I'm glad he got
And every time he had the money, he would always get something else.
He'd always get a lever gun for one of his boys.
That's right.
It's not cowboys and Indians anymore. They're not going to be shooting arrows at us. Get something a little more reliable with a higher rate of fire.
Actually, wait till you put a can on one, Preacher. You might change your mind.
What, a lever gun? Or?
Yeah, lever gun.
My first rifle ever was a lever gun. It was a lever action Browning 22. I still have it, and I shot it just the other day, and it still shoots good.
Is that one got expensive engraving or anything? If not,
No, it was a plain Jane. My dad bought it like in '75 when I was born.
Oh, have someone thread it for your 22 can. You'd love it. You would love it. Make sure they do the proper threads. You know, whoever
Right.
does
Right.
1/2 by 2/8 by jeez. 1/2 by 2/8, and I can't remember the length right now because I went brain dead.
Yeah. Well, my Tika T1X bolt action 22's got a 16-inch barrel threaded. And man, with a 16-inch barrel and you add the can on it, it's still a short rifle. I mean, it is nice.
Yeah.
It's perfect. It's a squirrel's worst nightmare.
Oh yeah, I pity the squirrels around your area.
I killed 7 last week or 2 ago. I guess it was 2 weeks ago. I killed those 7 and I said, you know what? I'm going and buying a 22 can tomorrow. And then 2 weeks later, I had it. That's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. It's an act of
Did you go buy you a lottery ticket?
Huh?
Did you go buy a lottery ticket?
No.
Dude, it almost makes you want to call the ATF and ask them what you did right, but then you remember it's the ATF and they're a bunch of dicks.
Well, I've got a theory. See, there's a couple of suppressor cases going before the Supreme Court, and the ATF is saying, hey, look, we turn out these requests for tax in 70 days on average.
Yeah.
More like 70 days, more like 7 months.
Yeah.
And so I think what they're doing is they're trying to get some real short ones to combat their average.
Yep. They want you to advertise that they're all good and cuddly. Yeah.
Because I told a guy out in North Carolina, I got my suppressor back in 2 weeks. And he said, I had a buddy that just got his back in 3 weeks. And we were just flipping out saying, never been done before, never be broken. And here you're calling me up saying you got it in 2 weeks.
Well, okay. Next time you order a can, say, hey, this preacher, and my last can came in 2 weeks. I expect you to do a little better next time. Put the heat on them. Oh,
The
man.
2 weeks was a little subpar. I need this one in 8 days.
Yeah, I never got one faster than 6-8 months.
Yeah. I've got a buddy that's a dealer. He handles a lot of cans, and me and my dad were fishing the other day, and he pulled up and I said, you come to congratulate me? He's like, on what? He's just kind of real, unexcited about anything. And I said, about me getting my can back from the ATF and in 14 days, and his mouth fell open. He goes, no, somebody screwed up. That didn't happen. I said, no, man, I got it.
I think your theory is right.
Just whip it out and hold it like this.
I think your theory is right. They got heat on them right now. They want to look good. Texas is all over their case right now. They want to make their own. Utah tried to make their own way before Texas.
Alabama has passed a law that they've signed on. If Texas wins their case in the Supreme Court, Alabama will have the same law in effect.
And Utah will, because they were doing it before Texas. So
Nice.
as a matter of fact, my sheriff neighbor said, well, can't you just do the Utah can thing like before? And I was like, no, they put a stop on that. Yeah. I would love that, because I told my son, hey, we got a stick welder. We can make all we want. You can get down in there for the baffles for a rifle and zap, zap.
Well,
there's another one. Zap, zap.
This buddy of mine, he was in a machine shop business. He had a machine shop, and he discovered how cheap it was to make cans. I mean, they're just threading some stuff together and putting some baffles in there.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
He's an engineer and he owns a machine shop.
Yeah.
So he started making cans. He got licensed to be a dealer. Well, guess what? When he started, publishing how cheap he could make you a can for, and you could come and pick out what you wanted, he would build it to fit your needs, and then you wait on your stamp. His insurance canceled him. They said, we'll insure a machine shop, but we won't insure a firearms manufacturer. And he lost his insurance, so he had to quit making cans.
Yeah, well, okay. The reason you're paying some of these companies is RNA. They do testing on sound and blowback, all that stuff they do. And then you got heat treated stainless baffles, and then on rifle cans you got Inconel and all kinds of stuff that's for high heat. And that's the difference between a guy welding washers in a tube.
Yeah.
Reaching down there.
No, he wasn't doing that. He's an engineer. He
Yeah.
makes really high end parts.
Yeah. No, I could probably copy a 22 can really good right now because I know what works.
Guy cramming a potato inside a steel tube.
Yeah. My brother, when we were kids, my brother always did, heard, man, you shoot through a potato, they can't hear you. But that first shot's a little iffy because you don't know if that bullet's going to bore a hole or not,
Yeah.
So he kind of hold it with one hand, and turn his head away and pull the trigger. Oh yeah, it shot all the way through. All right, we're good to go. And he'd run it on there a little further, and off we went.
Well, here's the other neat thing. If it stays in your state, made in your state type deal, you can 3D print them and throw them away.
Oh.
Okay. 22 can. Other countries had plastic cans, and you buy them at the store and you chuck them when they're screwed up. When they, 22s aren't that bad. A rifle can, you can't do plastic. No way.
Right.
You can make all the 22 cans you want on a 3D printer. If the law, I stay with the law. All mine are store-bought. If anyone's watching from the ATF.
Yeah, Jim, don't you have a 3D printer? What were you saying?
Hey, I haven't even done a Glock frame, so I'm a straight as an arrow guy. I don't even have a Glock frame.
I can't even run a Xerox copy, or much less a 3D printer.
Well, I have a son to do that. Yes,
Dude, anymore? Yes, you could. They're making it so easy and so cheap. It's crazy.
Yeah. Preacher, all you got to do is okay, you go to the website, Thingiverse, whatever. Okay, click on that and hit it on the machine and see what it looks like. Yeah.
Yep.
It's that easy. Gunswatter. Now, I heard this. I'm not going to confirm who I heard this from. But if you put like a pellet gun or a 22 and duct tape it to the muzzle, it is quiet. And I won't tell you how I know that because I never tried that.
So that was actually on a movie, wasn't it? The movie Shooter with Mark Wahlberg.
Probably.
Yeah, he did that with the 22, and when those two guys were trying to make that Nick guy kill. That's one of my favorite movies. They were trying to make that Nick guy kill himself in that shed on the water.
All right, I got to get up and do something. I'll be right back. But before I go, I got to tell you this awesome story, right? So I went to school with this guy. He was kind of quiet, kept to himself, intelligent guy, but just a little weird. You know the kind of guy I'm talking about in high school? Sharp guy, just a little funny turn, weird guy, kept to himself. So after we get out of school, we've been out of school a couple of years. I got a buddy living in an apartment complex. Well, upstairs is this other guy that we went to school with. And I'm like, isn't that so-and-so? And he's like, yeah. And I said, yeah, he's all right guy. He's just kind of weird. He goes, yeah, he doesn't talk much. Well, we were standing out there and he and his girlfriend pulled up. We went to school with her too. So I said, hey man, how are y'all? I hadn't seen him in 3 or 4 years, just kind of chit chatting. He said, you still hunt a lot and stuff? You have guns and stuff? And I said, yeah. Do you want to see a gun I made out of an umbrella? And I look over at my buddy and I'm like, yeah. He goes, well, come upstairs. So we go up to this guy's house. I kid you not. He's got a block of wood that he picked up like in a trash can, at work. He has a tube that a 22 shell will fit in, and he's got like fence staples nailed into the wood, holding the tube in place. He's took all the wings off an umbrella and he's got it cocked, where you push the button on the umbrella and it shoots out and then opens. That's his firing pin. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, dude, you're going to blow your face off. This is cool that, that you think this works. He goes, no, wait, I'm not done. I said, this is cool because, on paper, this is going to work. He goes, no, Harold, I shoot it in here all the time. I said, you shoot it in the upstairs of an apartment? And he goes, oh, yeah, all the time. And his girlfriend's like, yeah, he's all into this gun. And I'm like, how in the world? So he goes back in his bedroom, comes back out. He's got a couple of pipe fittings that he puts on the barrel, and he's got another barrel, and he's got two of them 35 millimeter film canisters. You remember the old black film canisters with a gray lid? He's got those together, and he's got like casting tape, like you make a cast out of.
Yeah.
He's packed them full of steel wool, drilled holes all through the pipe, packed them full of steel wool, wrapped it. And I said, you shooting this in the ups? This is right over my buddy's head. He's been shooting this gun. My buddy doesn't even know. And I said, what are you shooting it into? He got a piece of a railroad tie out of the parking lot, and it's just got bullet holes all in it where he sets it on the couch and just shoots it. And I'm like, this dude's a psychopath waiting to happen.
This dude's awesome.
No, you should have told him, make it rain.
No, I said, what do you want for that suppressor? Because we're shooting it in his living room, and all you can hear is the umbrella and the bullet hitting the railroad tie on his couch. And I said, what do you want for that suppressor? And I had a little revolver pistol, just a little like a RH or a ROM or something like that. And I had this pipe fitting that he had would fit on my barrel. I took my front side off, and I said, what do you want for this? He said, I can't sell that. I said, why not? You can make another one. He said, that pipe fitting goes on my pot pipe, and that's what holds my main fitting on my pot pipe. I can't get rid of that fitting because it's the only fitting I have. He wouldn't sell it to me. So finally, like a couple weeks later, he goes, hey, I found another fitting. You want that suppressor? I give him I don't remember, $5 or $10 for that thing. After we shot it a few times, it kind of quit working. I think we kind of wore it out or whatever. And I don't know, maybe the little holes he drilled were blocked up. We got kind of spooked and threw it away. But yeah, the dude was shooting a homemade umbrella 22 in the upstairs of an apartment building into a railroad tie that he carried in from the parking lot.
That's the most American thing I think I've ever heard.
But he couldn't sell it to me for 2 weeks because he had to find another fitting that fit on his pot pipe when he assembled it, his bong or whatever.
No wonder he has brain damage.
Was the Batman movie with the Penguin out at that time? Didn't the Penguin have one of them umbrella guns?
This would have been like 1993. But that guy, I mean, I always knew, he was a sharp guy, just a little different. But when you just run into an old guy from high school after a couple of years and he's like, yeah, come up and shoot a homemade gun in the upstairs of my apartment through my homemade suppressor.
Out of my umbrella gun.
I'm like, that's crazy.
Instead of hold my beer, it's hold my bong.
Oh, man.
And then he's smoking lead from 22 through his fitting, It just doesn't get any, There's a lot of old manuals about a pipe with holes drilled in it and steel wool and packing tube. Oh, yeah. There's even videos on YouTube, I'm sure.
Well, this was back before the internet. We're talking early 90s.
No, they they showed the old films of this, how to do them. The one thing about steel wool is, have you ever lit it with a lighter?
Yeah, it'll burn.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah.
And then he's got plastic film containers around that. Guess what happens? A smoldering mess. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. It's a single shot.
Okay, he saw we haven't ignored you, and I replied to your email, but here's kind of the gist. Now they're even 3D printing metal cans now. Okay, very nicely too. In titanium and I think it's titanium. Okay, titanium's going to be light. Most of your rifle cans are welded. Each baffle's welded in a solid, like my can is heavy. It's all steel. But now they've gone a long way with titanium, and it makes it lightweight, less weight out front on your, like say you have a skinny barrel and it heats up. You're going to have less vertical strings. And so I would say today, titanium is just fine. I mean, what's that company? They've been making titanium cans forever. but they have in a rifle can and a rifle cartridge, like a 308 or something. They have to be sturdy, and that's why they weld them. You can't just like take them apart, clean them like my 45 or 9 can, and that's why, because of all the pressure going through them.
Mm-hmm.
But nowadays with titanium, my only advice is get a company you know is going to be around, because my cans are 12 years old. I shot a 45 through my 9 can once, and they replaced the baffles free. Okay. And that's good to have a company that's going to be around.
Garage guy's back.
Okay. Garage guy, let me linky. So, yeah, my advice is unless the laws change and then it comes, easy, stick with somebody you know you got a warranty later, or at least they can repair it later. Otherwise, you got to go to an SOT that has a license that can change your baffles and make them whatever you want, but then you got to pay for that, but you're not paying a tax on it. That's my advice. All right.
Come on in, James Power. Click the link. Come on in.
Yeah, I'd like to get Hesaw on here. He's kind of funny.
You can hold what, 10?
I want to know if Hesaw's German, because he always talks about German stuff. He talks in German. Sprechen Sie Deutsch. All right.
Well, he always sends south of the border food to you.
I know, he's a mystery guy.
That's weird.
He's a mystery to me, because I don't know what he's up to, all that stuff.
He sends you a lot of good stuff, man.
Oh, I'm eating it right now. I mean, come on. And I called these Penske. In the video, I called it Penske. No, it's not Penske. That's a carburetor.
That's a truck rental company.
No, that was in the movie where you can get a guarantee up the cow's butt. Yeah.
There's no guarantee on the box.
Yeah. That movie. All right. So dang, I missed the email. Yeah, I sent you an email back on that. Your newest one's a rugged. That's built like a tank. That's Henry. That's who made my 9 and designed my 9 and 45 can. I love Henry. That's who owns Rugged now, or at least he's the guy. He split off from Silencer Co. My 308 can, my 308 can, it's built like a tank, but it was made by AAC. Remington and everyone that went tits up after that. AAC was part of that. So,
I'll be right back. I gotta go get a video of the cat. He discovered the chickens.
Oh, okay.
We have a clear tote that they're in, and apparently his face is right against it. He's just staring at him.
I want to see that. You do that. You got to do that. Anyway, Remington, Remlin, when they bought Marlin and all that, whoever was the company that bought all those. AAC is a different company now, and they do not warranty my old 12-year-old 308 can. So you got to watch out for that. Even though they're AAC, they won't honor my can. Because of
Did you say AAC is Alpha Charlie?
Yeah, AAC.
Ain't that the same ones that make bullets for PSA?
No, PSA calls it that. I wondered why they did that, but no. I don't know if they make bullets for PS. I thought PSA made their own.
They do, but I thought maybe they bought that manufacturer or something.
Well, I looked it up, and you know what happened to Marlin. What was the company, something group that bought all those and then killed?
Vista Outdoors or something?
Yeah, they killed the handy rifle, everything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they burned out AAC, so somebody else took their name or company name and making the same cans over and over again, but it doesn't warranty my can. But Silencer Co. still does. Every other can I have other than 2, they still warranty. 12 years later, it was worth $200 tax. I've been rocking those cans for 12 years. People don't want to pay the tax, but if you figure out $200 in 12 years, how much money is that? Enjoyable.
So, Uncle Jim, you did a trust on yours.
Yes.
What did you do, preacher?
All my cans were before you had to be fingerprinted or had photos or anything. So the guy that sold me the cans had a lawyer. He made up a trust. I just bought the can. He gave me the trust. I put my family's name on it, and they can all have the can.
Yeah.
Now you have to take photos of your family and fingerprints, and it's a bunch of crap. And that's why I haven't bought cans anymore.
You have to have fingerprints and a photo of you that is worthy of a passport. So you have to have a passport worthy photo.
And your kids or your family.
Well, if you do a trust, yeah, everybody listed on the trust has to be listed there. So I'm listed on a trust with my uncle in a can or maybe 2. So if something ever happens to him, I can immediately take possession of those. But he has more than that. And the others would have to go to a class 3? Is that what it's called? A class 3 dealer. And it would stay there until the paperwork is finalized and the tax stamps are paid. So trust is the way to go if you're not worried about time. But if you're doing a trust, it typically takes longer than if it's an individual.
Yeah.
So you just did an individual on yours?
Yeah, both of mine are just individuals. Something happens to me, they have to take those cans to a class 3 dealer. He sits on them until they get the paperwork or sells them.
Yeah, or your family has to pay a tax on that.
Yeah.
In my case, before they changed that stupid ruling, my family, the can is theirs also. They can shoot it, they can play with it, whatever, without me being there. Otherwise, you got to be there with your can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm hoping the rules change. I'm rooting for Texas so bad. Texas is doing so much good right now. So,
yep.
If Texas goes through, that means Utah's going to do it and other states are going to do it because Utah tried a long time ago and they put the kibosh on them.
Which, I mean, the thing about it is if you buy it in your state, even if Texas wins, you can't go to Texas and buy a can.
No, it's got to stay in Texas.
You've got to be a resident of Texas and it has to stay in Texas. So,
yeah,
if you take a Texas can to Arkansas, they got you. You broke the law.
Yeah.
What happens in Texas stays in Texas.
That's right.
Yeah. I hope it goes through, though. That'd be awesome. I don't know.
Are there any can companies in Iowa? I wonder.
The Supreme Court has been a little wishy-washy, so it kind of pisses me off. Some of the things they're agreeing with, and then others, because it ends up going there anyway. Mm-hmm. It's all about the dollar. They want your tax. They want to pay for this.
Mm-hmm.
How else are they going to fund their bullshit Ukraine war? They can just print the money. What am I talking about?
They ain't running on a balanced budget. They're just borrowing and spending.
Sage, I don't know what you mean, but yeah, we can't show like firearms on a live chat.
We can show pictures of firearms, but not the actual firearm.
Yeah, you can't play with your firearm on a live chat. According to YouTube, you get a strike, and I got one for that.
I mean,
so I guess you can have it sitting on a table.
We may be able
show
to
it
parts, but Jim's dancing on thin ice already, so we probably better not. He keeps getting strikes, and he's just started paying the $10 for Streamyard.
Yeah, I know. It's funny. I paid for Streamyard. They had a discount, and then nobody comes on. But I'm glad you guys came on tonight, so that's good.
If I'm free, I'll be here, man.
And when I didn't pay, everyone's like, "You don't have enough room. You can't get more than 6 people on." And then I pay, and it's like a pin drop. Where the hell are you?
Funny how that works.
Oh well,
I said I do my best.
I know. Yeah, everyone's been busy. Things going on. I get it.
Well, I was going to come on last weekend, but somebody's laptop wouldn't turn on.
Yep.
I was
You know,
waiting for last week's too.
The worst ones are when I don't do a chat and everyone's bitching. I was going to come on. It's like, oh, thanks. Yeah.
Kyle with the link.
You're like, bullshit.
Oh, Kyle, here. I'm sorry, Kyle. I haven't been paying attention to the side here.
Oh yeah, Kyle's off work.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up on the side. PSA has.
So, well, I don't know if you want to talk about it on the live chat, but what are you coming up through Iowa for? Business or pleasure?
Pleasure.
Cool.
Yep. Pleasure. We're going to actually try to work it out where we come up towards Davenport, because I know that's the general area you're in. So I told my wife, I said, if we can kind of dog leg over this way and head north, it'll take us a little bit longer. But I said, I think we can go right by Kurt if we do that.
Dude, I could always head west too. It ain't that big a deal. As long as you give me a heads up, you can make it happen. Whatever's easier for you guys.
Well, I was kind of plotting, charting our course, where we're going to go, what we're going to do, when we're going to do it. And when I get all that finalized, and I've got to talk to the people we're going to see, and make sure that everything works with them. And if everything works out, then yeah, I'll just let you know, hey, on this date. Don't you still work nights?
I'm on second shift, but man, for you, I'll take a day off. I don't care.
Well,
Don't bother me.
the way I had it figured out is we'd be staying the night somewhere near there, and we could just get up and meet you for breakfast or something in the morning or whatever. I don't know.
Cool.
I don't know. I'll call you when we get closer.
Cool.
I'll call you and we'll talk about it and see what works best.
Yeah, just once you get everything figured out, just give me a heads up and we can make arrangements there.
Yep.
You need to look around and see if you can find a place that does barbecue breakfast.
That's what I was going to say.
Barbecue
I want a barbecue video with Tin Man. Like,
dude, I don't know if there's anywhere in Davenport that would do barbecue. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not that familiar with Davenport, to be honest. I work down there, but I'm not.
So do you live north, south, east, or west from Davenport?
I live northeast.
Northeast.
I'm pretty much on the most easternmost point in Iowa.
Okay.
I live up in Clinton.
Okay.
what you could do now that he has chickens, what will these chickens eat? Preacher and Tin Man together.
Yeah, hopefully our garden's up by then, so all the extra stuff out of our garden that we can't use, we'll just toss to them. That'll be nice.
Yep, they'll eat it too. They'll eat it. If you throw stuff in there, they don't just like flock to it. Don't worry. Come back the next day, they're still eating on it. They'll eventually eat it.
Oh, my wife was flipping out a little bit ago because we got 2 sapphire gems, 2 Brahmas, and I forget the last one. Kookamoran.
Copper Moran.
Yeah, Kookamoran. And the sapphire gems were beating up on the Brahmas and pushing them away from the food and all that stuff. She's kind of freaking out. And I'm like, they're just establishing their pecking order. There's nothing you can do about that. They're going to do what they're going to do.
Copper Morans are real docile. They're not bullies.
Yeah.
I don't know about sapphire gems. I don't know anything about them.
I think it was the sapphire gem that was doing it. It's got a white dot on its head.
Yep.
I always remember the white dot's the meanie.
I know this. Copper Morans lay the darkest eggs you will ever get.
Really?
Yes, they're like dark chocolate brown.
That's awesome.
Yeah. My wife wants some. Just she wants blue and green and rose colored and tan and
Yeah.
olive color.
That's what my wife wants too, the Easter eggers and stuff
Yep.
like that. My sister has like 20, 25 chickens and she has all the crazy kinds. She's real into it. We're only allowed to have 6 though from city ordinance. So
Yep.
we got to kind of You anywhere near LMB Pro? No, he's about 3 hours west of me.
Okay.
Do y'all
Yeah,
remember that skit from it was a Bill Cosby hosted game show with that lady from South Carolina?
No.
No.
Okay. It's some of the funniest stuff I've ever seen, even though it's got Bill Cosby in it. He's the host, and this lady comes on, and he's like, "So where are you from?" And she's got a real thick Southern accent. So, South Carolina. So you're from North Carolina? No, North, South Carolina. Where's that? There's a city called West, and it's 40 miles south of Due West. In North Carolina? No, South Carolina. And he said, "Where's Due West?" And she said, 40 miles east of North South Carolina. He goes, "Okay, I'm lost."
This is like who's on first, isn't it?
I was just going to say that.
Exactly. And this lady doesn't have a clue, and Bill Cosby's lost. And y'all just Google or YouTube search North South Carolina.
Mhm.
It is hysterical. I
Yep.
can't even tell it right, and I'm laughing.
There is a North South Carolina though.
Yeah, that's where she was from. That's what she said.
It is a real place. It wasn't just a skit. It is a real place.
No, yeah, I know. And Bill Cosby can't believe it. And it's so funny. I mean, he's got his head in his hands and rubbing his forehead, trying to wrap his head around this. It is hysterical.
Grog guy said he's been to North.
So you go to the north and then go to the south and then get the pudding.
Get to the pudding.
Have you ever seen that? It's old now, but it was that little kid, and they've used him in a lot of things where he says, you go up 6 Mile Road, then you turn on Bear Creek Road, then you go about 2 miles and you get back on 6 Mile Road. Then you take a left, you take a right, then you get back on Bear Creek Road. And he keeps saying this, and it's like going on. It's like a little 5-year-old kid. And it said that the caption was like when somebody asked where you're hunting, when somebody asked, where your fishing spot is. And this little kid's going, you get on that 6 Mile Road, then you turn on that Bear Creek, and then you go left, then you go right, then you go back left. And it's like, you're like, man, I'd be going in a circle. And this kid just keeps going and going.
That's the way it was with this Bill Cosby thing. But she was being serious, and he thought she was messing with him. It was hysterical.
I think that little kid got real famous after his little video went viral. And people started sending him toys and stuff. I want to say his name was Jake Boone. Like Life According to Jake Boone or something. But
I don't know.
yeah, 6 Mile Road. He kept saying that. Bear Creek is like the only 2 roads he knew. And you just kept getting on them and turning left and right. And then you get back on them, turn left and right. And he just kept going. He had a little hat on. Oh, it was something, boy.
Old one guy is here. Hey, old one guy. Okay, preacher. We now have a champion that's called Hand Sanitizer Boy. Patty Pimlet, if you remember the incident where he threw the hand sanitizer and then called him Hand Sanitizer Boy, now he's the champion. I couldn't believe that.
Who's the champion?
Hand Sanitizer Boy. You liked Patty Pimlet, right?
Well, I thought he was just comical because he was a goofball.
Remember, he was making lunch. They're trying to make weight. And a guy was giving him crap, and he took some hand sanitizer and threw it right in his face. And
I guess I saw that.
Okay, well, that guy that got the hand sanitizer threw at him, and Patty called him the Hand Sanitizer Boy. He is now the champion. He beat Volkanovski.
Really? Volkanovski lost.
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
At his own weight class instead of going up. Yeah.
And I saw our boy Strickland lost.
I know. But you know what?
I heard he got robbed. I heard he beat the guy, and they gave it to him anyways.
It was so close. It always goes to the champ, and they didn't. So there you go with the judges. Yeah. But
Everybody was pretty upset about that one.
I saw that even Dana White said, I thought Strickland won it. And
yeah.
And I was like, oh, I didn't watch any of it. I normally try to watch it the day after.
And then
the bootleg versions.
And then Strickland has this blogger that thinks he's a badass, and he comes to spar with Strickland. Have you seen that?
Yes.
And Strickland toys with him for a few rounds, and he says, "Okay, you ready? You want to do your man dance now? Because here it comes." And everyone got all butthurt that he whipped on this guy. The guy came there. He knows what's coming.
Yeah.
When you spar with Strickland, you get hit.
Yeah.
And he played with him. He didn't even touch him. He let him hit him.
Gave him a little cat and mouse for a while.
He
And
let
let
him
him have his time. And then it's time to pay the fiddler. You don't dance for free.
He let him hit him all that. You know, he's like, here's my face, hit me. And then he's like, okay, it's coming. Now, this is the time where you man up and you got to do your man dance. And oh my gosh, everyone got so pissed that he picked on a blogger. This blogger had it coming, okay? So I love Strickland. He has no PC in him whatsoever.
Yep.
And that's why I like him. And he's a good shooter. He loves shooting.
Yeah.
Now, preacher, I've got a suppressor question.
Well, I'm no suppressor expert, but I've got two opinions just like Elbows.
Yes, you are. You're a 12-day expert.
I'm just a record holder. I'm a world champ is what I am.
He holds the belt. Yeah.
Back when I built my 300,
Blackout or mag?
blackout. I've got I used a lot of AAC parts because they were pretty much the highest quality you could get at the time.
Right.
It took me a long time to build this thing, you know, saving up money, make part availability and
right,
this kind of stuff. I've got a quick change muzzle brake on it. Do they make an adapter?
Yep.
For that, for the 22?
For the suppressor, they make a quick change adapter where it's just like a half turn and you're locked in.
Yeah.
Yeah, they make those for suppressors. I know a lot of guys that use them, and they just a half turn. They take it off one gun, stick it on another. Yeah. I'm just so poor and cheap. If it takes me 12 revolutions, it takes me 12 revolutions.
Right. I understand.
But if I already had that, then yeah, I mean, you know, if you've already got the quick change on your rifle, then just go ahead and get one for your suppressor.
What caliber? Are you talking tri-lug, like on a 9mm or what?
Who, me?
Yeah.
300 blackout.
Oh, okay.
My 8-inch barrel.
Yeah. Well, do you have a suppressor that you're dedicated to?
Not for 30 cal.
Oh, then
I got one for my F&N 45. It's an Osprey. Sorry, Osprey.
Here's the thing with I have suppressor mounts, and you got to buy each one, and that adds up big time.
Yeah,
However,
I just didn't know if they made an adapter for that. How much was that?
How much it mounts?
I know you can't say it, but how much it was the can?
What did I pay for? Mine was just a 22 can.
Right, I know.
It was like $289.
Holy crap!
I was looking at that too. For
a good deal.
Wait a
Oh,
minute.
that came on quick.
Wait a minute. That can used to be $500, $450. The Osprey used to be that much.
Not an Osprey. Mine's a Sparrow.
Or Sparrow, I mean.
Yeah.
The Osprey's more because it's 45.
Kyle has the Osprey. That's 45.
The guy that I bought it from, he sells more guns than anybody else probably in the entire state because he sells everything cheap. It's 10% over cost. That's what he charges. And he buys pallets. He'll buy pallets of 1022s, pallets of 870s, and he sells them cheaper than anybody else, and he turns them.
Under
Yeah.
$300
Nice.
for a sparrow is cheap because
Taking
He was
the
trying to
Sam
sell.
Walton.
Go ahead.
I was just say taking the Sam Walton approach, man.
Yeah, he was trying to sell me a Ruger that was
The 22.
$329, a Ruger 22 a suppressor. I don't remember the model, but it was like $329.
Yeah, I'm
Well-
surprised they still make that. Yeah.
Well, the new ones were $389. But he had bought so many at one time, he was getting them for less, selling them for less. So that's probably why my Sparrow was cheap. Probably why that Ruger was $60 under what they go for now, or what he could sell it to me now for, because the way he buys things.
Yeah, at the store we've got we do box deals, you know, and people will come in and go, "Wow, why is that so cheap?" I said, "Because we got a good deal on it, and we bought a lot of it, and we're
Yeah.
passing it on to you." And
Right.
he goes, "Well, at this store on the other side of town, you know, it's a $52 bottle, and you're selling it for 18." I'm like, "I got 20 cases in the back. How much you want?"
Mm-hmm.
Here's my
that kind of
card.
mentality, and we're still making money on it. You know, that new Crown Blackberry. We sold 5 cases of it in an hour and a half, and we limited everybody to 1 bottle.
Wow.
Must be good stuff.
No, it's not. Don't waste your money
Oh,
unless you're a fan of Robitussin.
I was just
Full moon.
We started turning everybody else on to a different Blackberry that tastes better, it's cheaper, and it's available. Yesterday we sold 8 cases of it and we ran out. And
What was that, Bird Dog?
Tennessee Legends, made in Gatlinburg. They got a whole line of flavored whiskeys and stuff like that. And the guy said, "Yeah, my buddy said that stuff was great." I said, "It is great. Now, you want me to pour you a sample?" And he's like, "Yeah." He goes, "Where's it at? I want a whole case of it." We sold out yesterday. But there'll be 20 cases more coming in on next Thursday. I'll
Yep.
be here. What time? I couldn't believe how that stuff flew off the shelf once we started.
All that flavored whiskey to me, it all tastes like cough medicine. It's kind of got a thick syrupy taste to it. I just never have.
Yeah, this Tennessee Legend doesn't. I mean, it's very good. My coworker bought a bottle of that Crown Blackberry, and I took a little taste of it, and I went, "Oh, this is terrible." And we get 50 to 60 phone calls just on my shift. "Y'all got any of that Blackberry Crown?" "No, and you don't want it." It's terrible.
I used to like the peach with iced tea. The peach
Yeah,
with
the peach is good. The apple's good. The
Yeah.
maple was terrible. I'm glad they quit producing it.
I know I could just eat 3 pancakes and I was toast. That maple.
Oh,
I do like peach stuff.
did I tell you my best sale? The most ironic sale that I've ever made.
What's that?
I sold a $800 bottle of Whistle Pig Boss Hog, and it's not a big bottle; it's just a fifth, for $900 to a guy that owns a liquor store in Tennessee.
Wow.
He goes, "I don't get like a discount or nothing." I said, "Nope." And he bought it. Next morning, next afternoon, I come in. The guy that owns the place, he goes, "I can't believe you did that." He goes, "You are one hell of a salesman." I said, "Would you give him a discount?" He goes, "Hell no."
10% competitor markup.
Yeah.
Oh man. And we got it's a Pappy's. We got a $1,890 bottle, and it's just a liter.
Mm.
$1,890. That thing better come with hot and cold running maids.
I remember one time I was at a sales meeting back when I was in the swimming pool business. I sold swimming pool components. We went to a sales meeting at the Gaylord Opryland Resort in Nashville. I mean, this was a big fancy place.
Mm-hmm.
And we were having a sales meeting there, and during the award ceremony, they had an open bar, so you could go get whatever you wanted. Well, I wasn't a big drinker, but I wanted to get my money's worth out of this company that I'd been serving for the last year. So I went up to the bartender and I said, "What is the most expensive liquor in this bar?" And she said, "Well, I've got some 18-year-old scotch back here." And I thought she said 1800 scotch back here. And I'm like, I want something from the Civil War, you know, is what I was thinking. And she was like, no, it's 18 years old. It's been aged for 18 years, single barrel, whatever, blah, 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 scotch. And she said, would you like a shot of it? I said, no, ma'am, I'd like a big tall glass of it. She goes, oh, that's right. This is your company's paying for an open bar, isn't it? I said, that's right, ma'am, and I want my money out of them. She poured me this big old tall glass of 18-year-old scotch. You know, probably a shot of it was like $100. Well, I had this big tall glass. It tasted awful. I thought it would be like something amazing. I didn't care for it at all, but I enjoyed it because I knew it cost my company about $300 or $400. You know, I'm like, yeah,
it probably cost a lot more than that. add some zeros.
Oh man. But yeah, they were like, what are you drinking? I said, I don't know, some scotch that your grandpa made. That's all I could remember.
It's generally about $150 per year.
Wow. Yeah, that probably shouldn't have been in the free bar.
No. And I bet somebody got yelled at extensively over that. But congrats to you.
I was the number one salesman in the company. They owed me something.
There you go.
But yeah, that was probably the only good thing that happened to me when I worked there.
That's funny. You were in the pool business, and me and Uncle John were in the spa business when I was a teenager.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of funny background there.
Preacher, did you ever have a swimming pool at your house?
No.
Crazy.
Concrete ponds are for the rich and famous, not.
He knew how expensive they were.
I know what they cost to operate, dude. I had a complete above ground kit in my garage. I had the liner, the panels, all of the plastic. I had the complete metal kit and the skid pack with the pump filter, everything. All I had to do was go put it up, and I know how to install them. And my wife was like, when are we going to put that pool together? I'm like, we're not. That thing's going to cost money. You're just pouring money in it every week. I'm not doing that.
It's like a boat. It's a hole in the water. You pour money in.
Yep.
I got one of my good friends at work is always complaining about how broke he is. He has an in-ground pool, and he's always telling me all the chemicals he's putting in it. You know, the pipes underneath the concrete are breaking all the time. I'm like, bro, fill that thing in with dirt and put a chicken coop on it.
I guarantee you, man.
I was going to just quit putting the chemicals in it and wait until the water got right and make a little bass pond and just sit out there.
There you go.
See, back in the early 90s when I was young, I built in-ground pools. And then in the early 2000s, I went to work for a pool company, just doing general work for them. Then I went to work for a wholesaler, and we sold all the components. I sold spa parts, pool chemicals, but I sold them to companies that supplied them. And then when I was pastoring and I wasn't making enough as a preacher to live on, I started cleaning pools. And so I had a little route on Fridays. I went around and cleaned 3 or 4 or 5 pools every Friday. And swimming pools are a money pit, you know. Unless you just really love swimming or you live in a really hot part of the country, a swimming pool is nothing but buying something that you're going to be pouring money into constantly.
Yep.
And I could get all the chemicals at wholesale, and I still didn't put in a pool.
Right.
I had a pool for free that the manufacturers gave me for selling, and I never put it in. I didn't want it.
Yeah, the only reason that I keep mine open is the Angel loves it, and it gets 110 degrees over here. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, my in-laws put one up. Oh God, this must have been 2016. So my father-in-law is a nut about his yard, right? That dude lives to have nice grass. Well, my mother-in-law comes downstairs one day and tells me and my wife, "Hey, I bought a pool." We're like, "Did you tell Bo?" No. So they come in and they put this pool up, and it takes up 3/4 of their backyard, right? And to get the ground right, they took skid loaders through the front yard to get to the backyard to tear it all up. I've never seen that dude mope around so much in my life. For 3 weeks, he was just pissed. I'll never forget that. But now he loves it and he swims all the time. So
I worked with a guy at Frito-Lay. When I worked at Frito-Lay, I worked with a guy, and his dad worked at Pepsi with my dad at Pepsi. So our dads worked together for years, and we worked together, right? And he was telling me, he said, yeah, my dad, he never could plan anything out. You know, he was always going to do something, and he never did do it. I said, well, what do you mean? He said, well, I'll give you an example. He said 1 year for vacation, he promised he was going to take us all to the Grand Canyon. And I'm like, really? He goes, yep. He took off work. He came home. He said, we all packed our bags to go to the Grand Canyon. He said, we left out of here. He said, we drove about 20 miles and there was a big sign that said swimming pool sale. He took all the money for the vacation to the Grand Canyon, bought a swimming pool. We loaded it on top of the car. This was an old metal wall pool like I had above ground. They drove back home and they spent 2 days putting it up, and then filled it up full of water and spent the rest of the vacation in their backyard.
that's awesome.
In that pool. I said, did you ever go to the Grand Canyon? He said, oh, no, we never did that. That was our idea. That wasn't his idea.
And then he got the water bill.
Oh, if you're tight with the fire department and you get a swimming pool, you give them $100. They'll come fill your pool out of the hydrant.
Yep.
And there's one at the top of the hill. That's convenient.
Yeah.
Just need the right kind of wrench. Kyle, you can top yours off in the spring when you go to start it up.
Oh, I've been pumping water out of mine.
The water is not clear, but
Well, you know, I heard they went to
oxygenation.
filtering instead of chemicals, you know, clean the water that way without chemicals. But
UV lights and all that, but it doesn't work.
I don't know if that ever took off. That was you know, after I quit. Yeah.
Weird.
UV lights will kill bacteria. And so you could put UV lights in a tube, run your water through the UV lights. They'll kill it. Ozone will kill it.
They had a environmentally friendly way to clean your pools without chemicals, but I don't think that ever worked.
I would think your water would be flowing through that tube too fast for it to kill all the bacteria.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hey,
It does, when you use it in combination with an ozonator, which ozone, like when lightning strikes,
yeah,
you know, the air smells real fresh and pure. The lightning makes ozone. And so we had ozonators that made ozone, injected them into the water, ran it through a UV light. But all that stuff was fine and dandy until the sun came out. It got real hot and algae grows. And
then you had tadpoles. I can't say nothing now. Tadpoles.
So then salt chlorination became a thing where you put salt in your water. Then you run the water through an electric current, and the electric current turns the sodium chloride into sodium hypochlorite, which is a free chlorine, and that will kill bacteria. And that actually does work. But and when water evaporates, the salt stays behind. So you only lose salt when you backwash your filters or splash out.
Yeah,
And
not the salt pool.
yeah, salt is probably the way to go because you're not dependent on chlorine, but you've got to buy the chlorinator.
Yeah,
That's $700.
That's right.
I was about to say, trust me, I know.
Yeah. So I mean, there's no cheap way to do it, and you still have to shock your pool if you get
Yeah.
a bunch of rain. But I mean, I used to do all that. I used to sell all the chemicals. I used to have wholesale permits to do everything, and
Yeah.
you just deal with a lot of rich people. And Kyle.
I mean,
And my coworker.
it's a lot of fun for the kids and the dogs, and you know, she's
Yeah.
got nieces and nephews, and I've got my kids and nieces and nephews, and got a grandnephew now.
Congratulations.
It's just the
Oh.
only reason I do it is for other people other than me. I probably only get in it like 2 or 3 times a year.
Right.
Just like chickens and gardens.
Also, Kyle, we got to talk about something else. But first, Chico Weiss is here. Hey, Chico.
Chico.
All right. So, Chico, a fellow neighbor of yours. Anyway, I'm sorry I can't come to your wedding. I don't know if you can talk about it, but Kyle Lusk is getting married, and I'm sorry I can't travel down there. So, is it
I
okay
didn't
to talk about it, Kyle?
I didn't want anybody to drive all
Oh,
distance. And
I thought you were going to. I
Huh?
thought you were going to say, I don't want anyone to know about this.
No,
Son of a bitch, it was a surprise.
I didn't send it to anybody that would have to drive a long way, except people that said, no, I'm coming.
All right.
So,
So anyway, Kyle's going to be getting hitched.
Jim, when was the last time you left the county?
You know,
when was the last time you left the driveway?
Oh, he goes to the post office and the thrift store occasionally.
okay, this is kind of funny. You know, my wife just had an operation and all that stuff. The neighbor ladies, friends of hers, have been coming over bringing dinner every night, which is awesome. I mean, are great cooks, right? And one of them says, "Are you kidding me? You never even leave the house." We were talking about something. She goes, "You don't even leave the property," or something like.
She must watch your live chats because we
She
talk crap
told
about
me-
that all the time.
No, I mentioned something we were talking about somewhere else, and she's like, "Don't be kidding me! You never leave the house."
Jim, you need to do your bobsled video.
Oh, preacher, you want to hear something funny? Oddball Stuff calls Texas. No, he calls me, and he says, "Hey, I'm in town. Can I drop 5 for 5 minutes?" And I'm like, 5 minutes? Do you want to know what I did to Preacher in only 3 hours? I mean, 5 minutes isn't enough. You can't just visit me for 5 minutes. Okay?
That's why he said 5 minutes.
Yeah, I said it's not happening. You know, I want to give you some bullets. I got to do this, and we got to do videos. I'm like, 5 minutes not happening. He goes, "Yeah, you're right."
It would take him that long just to throw a tomahawk and stick it in a stump.
And
And
I told him I tortured. I said Preacher was here for 3 hours, and I tortured him the whole time. 5 minutes ain't gonna cut it. So he goes, "Yeah, you're right. We'll come back. We'll make a date." Yeah.
I was on the verge of joining the actors union and going on strike. Because Jim had this list of scenes I was supposed to compete in.
Damn.
Green Actors Guild know about this.
I was like, I'm getting my union card out on this one.
And another thing he says,
It'll be 5 minutes of pink bellies just trying to get you to get this wig on.
anyway, he started laughing and he's like, "Yeah, you're right." I said, "Okay, you were doing a quickie phone call. He's driving, right? He's driving right past me." And I said, "We're on the phone for 30 minutes now. You think 5 minute visit on a, just look at the phone call." Yeah,
Yep.
not happening.
I'd have to stop at the store and get a bag of frozen peas and carrots and some other props before I even came up the hill.
I told them we need a day or maybe 3. Yeah.
Dude, 3 days wasn't enough when we came up.
Okay, preacher, quick question.
Okay.
And this is for anybody. Do y'all have an instant pot?
Yes.
Yes.
I
They're
think we do.
amazing. They are amazing. I love them.
You know,
My wife got one for Christmas. We haven't used it yet, and we don't know how to use it, but it's like a crock pot, right?
But
It's a
super
pressure
fast.
cooker. Yeah.
I'll put it to you like this: a rack of baby back ribs. Once it warmed up to temperature and built the pressure, in 20 minutes, the ribs were done.
yep.
And preacher, what do you think?
We never use ours. It's just too small.
Oh, this is a big one.
It's a crock pot. Ours is this big around. It's a crock pot.
Oh yeah. We opted for the bigger one.
I
Yeah.
think we used ours for about 2 weeks when we got it, and it's probably been sitting since.
I mean, they've got their place, and you're right. But I mean, it's any pressure cooker. It's electric pressure cooker is what it is. You can do the same thing with an old-fashioned pressure cooker. My pressure cooker is absolutely huge. I mean,
Well, it was
if
made
I
for
were
men.
to can, if I were to pressure can a Instapot, I put 3 quart jars in there. In my big pressure canner, I'd put like 8 or 9.
Yeah, it sounds like you got a small one because this is like our pressure cooker. It's the same
Yeah,
size.
they make the XLs and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's another reason I wanted to get it is to can stuff that you can't water bath can.
Right.
Like you buy roasts on sale, go ahead and cube up the meat and
Yep.
that kind of stuff, and fish. When we catch fish and all that.
Yep. They're great for doing fish and doing but when you get a pot on the inside that is big as my pressure canner, and you wrap that around with a heating element and insulation, that thing would be big as a wash tub.
Yeah, mine's about it's a little bit bigger than the biggest mixing bowl in this house. If that makes sense. When you get that set that's got this one. That very bottom bowl, it's the inside is a little bit bigger than that. I mean, hell, I fit a whole rack of ribs in it,
Yeah.
Of course, I rolled them around the wall, but
Right.
gosh, they were good. It took me forever to get the ribs out because they kept falling apart, and this was after 20 minutes.
I made that inline fab top plate.
Nice. I was going to do that, and then I found out the vice grips are the best, and I've got plenty of vice grips.
Wait. Okay, all right, Tim, man, that is smaller than I thought it was. I thought it was huge.
No, it's not huge.
Huge.
All right,
So
you understand what I was saying. I thought it was a bus. All right.
No, man.
All right. I gave him crap because I said that's overkill for a trimmer, but he's already got the mount, so it makes sense. Yes.
And dude, I have no problem spending the $25 for a top plate, but not when the shipping alone is $17.
Yeah.
It's like,
So
man.
You thought, Jim, he was having to use a cherry picker to move it from the
$17. $17.
Well, he showed a picture, and on a phone, you don't know how big it is. And I'm like,
It always looks bigger in pictures.
I was thinking it's this big, and it's a trimmer. Yeah.
$17 ain't nothing when you got a big old batch of chickens in your kitchen.
Okay.
That's
Wait.
just one bag. That's chicken feed, is what that is.
I'm very cheap.
No,
Look,
it's
you-
frugal.
Fellas, I gotta run.
What?
Tomorrow's a work day for me, and it's pushing 11 o'clock, so I'm getting up at 5. See you guys.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Preacher. Be in
Thanks
touch,
for
man.
Coming on, preacher.
Yeah.
You hold the belt.
I'm a world title holder. Kurt, I'll get in touch with you. Kyle, it's good to talk to you. Tread, good to see you. Uncle Jim, keep living the dream.
All right. Well, it's always good to have Preacher on.
Fred, you got any experience with the Instant Pot?
What's
Who are
that?
you talking to?
I asked Tread if he had any experience with the Instant Pot.
My wife got 2 of them, one each year for a Christmas present. And then when she passed, my daughter got them, and she's been playing with it. But
Okay.
they're finicky. If you put too much water in it, it'll come shooting out this damn steam hole and make a big mess. So she thought she broke hers. And then so my daughter got her another one, and it never got out of the box. Now, well, my daughter took it out of the box, so.
Well, there's a lot of kitchen gadgets like that. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, guys, I've got a joke for you. I saw this post. You know how they put the cow's name on the cup of yogurt? You know, Aaron, Nelly, you know, whatever. And one of the posts was, I find it really sexist that they would always use historically female names for the cows' names. And one of the replies was, well, I bet if you use milk from a bull, it wouldn't taste like yogurt.
So, Kyle,
Yes, sir.
I thought you only had a frog pond,
No.
a frog pool.
They're just there. And once I get all the chemicals right, they won't get in it.
Those are like tree frogs, aren't they, Kyle?
Yeah, they're smaller. We got some big ones, some bullfrogs that'll get in there every now and then, like at the first of the season. But once the chlorine level gets right and the pH and the alkalinity and all that stuff is right, they don't want no part of it. They'll sit around it and bitch all night, but they don't want no part of getting in the water.
I mean, every time I hear that video with the frogs, the only thing I can think of is Kyle's pool must be dark green with lily pads in it. And
Oh no.
No, it's if you've seen the pictures, it's clean, everything's beautiful. I want to jump in it. Yeah.
Actually, the frog count has gone down since I got my first German Shepherd. I can't wait for it now that I've got 2.
Have you checked the piles in the yard? Yeah.
Dogs eat frogs? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
your dog don't fall in the mouth.
Yeah.
They chase them and play with them until they die, and then they walk away.
Are you sure they're not leaving runny poops out front? Yeah.
Nah. What they do is, like I say, they'll chase them and play with them until they die. And then there's several hawks that live around here, and they'll just come down and pick them up.
All right.
Your dogs don't foam at the mouth afterwards.
Nah.
Yeah,
ain't
my
got
dogs
no
get a hold of a frog around here and they mess with the frog, and next thing you know, they look like they got rabies and foaming at the mouth.
No. they ain't got
Licking
no
toads
interest.
and tripping balls.
Yeah.
They ain't got no interest in eating them. They just paw them to death, chasing them. They jump. The dogs jump, and land on them.
Yeah, and there's
They're
also
still here. They just don't scream like they used to because they don't want to attract the dogs. If that makes sense, I don't know.
Like I said, my dogs did it once or twice and grabbed hold of the frogs. After a couple times foaming at the mouth, they quit doing that.
Yeah, you must have a different.
I got little dogs,
only a different breed of frogs too.
possibly.
You're over there next to the ocean, so you never know what you're going to get.
I ain't that close.
watch out.
I'm just right down the road in Augusta.
Watch
Pretty
out
close
for
to the ocean.
No, Night Strike lives over in Charleston, not me.
the spotted frogs. They can put them on a trip.
It might be what they got a hold of. I don't know.
Yeah. Watch out for those psychedelic frogs.
Tripping balls.
Yeah.
All I know is they were foaming at the mouth whenever they had the frog in their mouth. And they started foaming at the mouth. Either the frog excretes something into their mouth or something, makes them start just drooling and foaming, and they didn't enjoy that at all.
That's their defense mechanism.
Esau, you're still here. I got to do the cat treat video. All right. I was going to do it today, but we got stumbled by shooting. So I'm doing the cat treat video maybe tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. And then all you guys right here, James, Hobbies, Esau, and Patriot, you all got to come on here. The
James
last,
said he was come on last week.
all you guys in the replies here, going back 5 or 6, you got to come on for one time. But Esau, yes, I'm doing a cat treat video. I tried salmon on them just for Tin Man. And what was the other one I tried on them? And they lapped it up. So, but there's a little goofball at the end of this video. So we will do the video tomorrow or the next day.
An Uncle Jim video with a goofball moment?
Yeah. We're gonna have a goofball moment because it's Esau related. Yeah.
Hell, drop another link. See if anybody else wants to come on.
I just couldn't bang it out today. We had too much shooting today, but I got to bang that video out.
And contrary to popular belief, there is such a thing as too much shooting.
Yeah, well, too much. We're talking dialing in type deal. Yeah. They tore down the neighbor's above ground pool.
Tadpoles underneath it.
Mm. Mm.
Jim, what do you trim your 300 blackout to? 1.363?
Yes.
360.
360.
360, 363, somewhere in there.
363 is almost to the max.
Yeah, I think 366 is the max.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll
360.
tell
360 to, okay. 360.
359.
360 to 358.
Yeah, my lead trimmer is kicking them out at 362.
All right, you're fine. They don't grow that much, but I like to keep it, I got a lot of them, so I want to keep them all, you know what I mean? 360 is a good number. 361 is okay.
That's right. 355 to 360. It's been a while since I loaded any because I loaded like 4,000.
358 to 360 is a good number. If you have some short ones, you can do 358, and 360 is a good number. Oh my God, James, I thought that's what he was trimming to. No,
I have no idea how to adjust this RCBS thing.
Don't you have a Allen screw that adjusts the stop on it?
Yeah, but there's like a double nut, and I don't know how the hell it's supposed to work. It's like stuck together.
That's weird. Okay, the
one's left-handed and one's right-handed.
Yeah, I don't have the RCBS, so I don't know. You should ask Preacher while you're on, but the one I have, you have a top one, then you have a side one with a lock, so you can do super fine adjustments like a tenth of a thou or whatever.
I got the manual here. I should probably read that thing, huh?
That would be a good idea.
RTFB. Read the
That's gravy grinds all of it.
That would be
Dude, we're men. We don't do that crap.
Let me tell you, when I was setting up my world's finest trimmer for 300 blackout, I ruined a lot of cases. And so I broke out the book and I was like, oh, and there's even a section in there that says, if you can't figure it out, send us one of your cases in the trimmer and we'll set it for you. I thought that was funny. I'm like, this must be an issue. So I'm glad I'm not the only one having troubles. But I finally got it dialed in, and man, you can blow through some brass.
There's a whole section on adjustment. I'll be damned.
Yep.
Well, there you go. I think 360 is a good number because you can clean your brass, clean it, never have to trim it for a long time.
363 is trim 2 lengths.
360 is where I do it because
I agree. I'm just saying that 363 is supposed to be the minimum. But I'm like you. I trim just below minimum.
no, that's not the minimum. No. The minimum would
not.
be like
No, it's 355, I thought.
5.6 or something. Yeah, that would be the minimum, but no.
I was right. I was doing it right. They're just stuck together.
Oh,
Damn it.
oh, wait a minute. Tin Man, you're getting sticky pages again? Oh.
Son of
So bad.
Dude, this
That
thing
was
is
the old,
on.
yeah, that was the old Uncle Jim coming out. Yeah.
Do I need to go get a reloading manual? Or is that what Tin Man's doing?
Yeah, you can go look, but off the top of my head, I do them 360. And that way they don't grow. You just retumble them, clean them, and size them again.
Yeah, I thought it was 356 or something around in there, 358 to 362.
I've had factory that was below 358, believe it or not. And yeah, they were just, yeah. And the necks were wrong. So I chucked them.
And it also depends on what reloading manual you're looking at,
Yep.
the 49, the 50,
Those were really hard to get apart. Like they're literally two collets. One stops on the shaft and one stops on the threads of the one that's stopped on the shaft. Dude, they were wedged together.
Huh. That's weird.
Well, I'm
They
not
probably
stupid.
both go different ways. One's left-handed thread, one's right-handed thread, probably.
I was threading it the right way. I finally just put enough ass behind it where I ripped my skin off my fingers and it came loose.
Tin Man, don't you have the prep station with the 300 blackout trimmer?
I do.
And that'll cut it at about 5.9.
362 is what mine just did.
Yeah, mine's 361. Yeah.
But this thing I think will be faster. I don't know
Well,
though.
say, it's been so long since I've loaded 300 blackout. Because when I sat down, had everything set up, locked in, ready to go. I had all my brass prep done, all my bullets cast and coated. I just sat down after work and for like 2 hours a day, just pulled the handle. I've got 355 ammo cans full of 300 blackout. I forgot all this stuff, and I did this years ago. Now, Jim, it was when we were doing the Tres Amigos.
Hey, good night,
Night, Papa.
Good night, Papas. Have a good one.
Night, Papa.
Okay.
Well, it's been a while since I made brass for 300 blackout. I just cleaned some, but yeah.
Yep, that's why I love brass catchers, because you can get several reloadings out of them because they really don't expand a lot.
No.
And unless you're running really high pressures, you know.
If you're doing subs, they never grow. And I want to tell Hesaw, those brass catchers are the best. Have you guys saw the video?
You're talking about the one that looks like a soccer goal beside you?
The
brass
goat,
goat.
the goat brass catcher. That is the best thing I've ever used. It's so awesome for regular ARs.
I like the Caldwell that's got the adjustable you put the mount on the Picatinny rail, and then you got a little bit of adjustment on the catcher itself. It doesn't hold a whole lot of brass, but it'll catch it.
This thing is awesome. It's rigid. You can take the mag hopper out and dump it, put it back on.
Yeah.
And you don't need mounts. It goes on the receiver.
Oh, that's cool. I got the one. I've had it for years. It's probably before the one you're talking about. You put the little, I don't know, like a quick detach on the Picatinny rail, and you just go click, and then you adjust it to where it needs to be. And
now I gotta thank Esau for turning me onto that thing, because the brass coat, if you got a standard lower, it just clips on, and you got a hopper, you can remove it, dump it out. That thing is so awesome.
oh, that's right. It drops down into like a spare magazine or something. I saw a video from you on that, right?
Yeah, and you can take the insert out. If you're bench resting and put a towel down, they drop right there at a pile.
Right.
You
Yeah,
can
I
look at them.
saw your video on that, and I was like, man, that's cool.
That is very cool. That was so cool of him to send me that. And my son loves his. He got the black one.
A little short.
Yeah.
But yeah, those world's finest trimmers, they can be a bear to get set up, but once you do, it stays locked in, and every single one of them is exactly the same. I'll have 2 or 3 reloads on the same case, and it hadn't grown any. I mean, I'll put it in there, and it doesn't trim anything. I mean, it'll make a mess. So preferably do it outside where you don't mind brass shavings.
Ashley is still kicking it. She's still here. Hey, Ashley. Thanks for hanging on through all the thick and thin we talk about. It's not real high pressure. Another great thing about turning blackout, subs. Subs are my thing. I love subs.
Yep.
I love me a thumping sub, a heavy sub.
I still can't believe you couldn't get those 230 Elvis missiles to shoot.
Okay, Lee needs to redesign that bullet. If you measure it, it's all wrong. So,
Well, I can put mine through the same hole at 50 yards consistently.
I know, but they can go sideways and hit your baffles, and
I
I'm
wish
just
they
pretty,
made it in a smooth, no lube groove
I
model.
know. I'm fine with lube grooves. My favorite subsonic bullet has lube grooves. I don't like the boat tail, and they need where you're seating it on the neck. That needs to change. That's what they need to do. So I don't know. Some people had good luck with it. I don't know.
I mean, I can shoot it at 100 yards and be inside the bullseye. Might not be the same hole, but at 50, which is what the round was designed to do. I mean, it's stupid accurate for me. And like I say, I've got an 8-inch barrel. Longer barrels may put more spin on it or something like that. I don't know.
If the molds are hit and miss or what, but some people have had baffle strikes with it. I did. I don't know. It doesn't need a boat tail. They need to have it 309 diameter at a certain length. There's nothing there, and that's what gets me. So,
Well,
It's only like 2 driving bands on that thing too, ain't it?
yeah, there's only like 2 separate little pieces for driving bands, and that may be what's eating you up in your longer barrel.
well, if you measure them, you're like, whoa, wait a second. Yeah. I don't know. It could go from mold to mold or whatever, but a lot of people got baffle strikes off of that bullet. We call it the tumbler. Yeah.
When I was first working
However,
up,
all
when I was
they have
working
to
up
do,
loads, I got some keyholing and stuff, so I had to play around. I finally found the powder that works for me, and I mean, of course, I lost a lot of lead figuring this out, and went through a lot of powder because I did a lot of shooting.
good night, garage guy. I'll be right back.
I picked up a couple of sample packs of that 245 grain Missouri bullet, high tech coated.
Yeah,
I'm gonna try it out.
I mean, I love my 300, but I don't go out and shoot 500 rounds at a time with it. You know, I'll run 50 through there and make sure the optic's still zeroed. And
I believe that is Jim's favorite bullet in 300 blackout tread.
Did you just say the 245?
Missouri bullet.
Yeah. That's the Black Betty.
bam, balam.
Yeah, just
I bought a couple of sample packs, 50 sample packs.
I've done a lot of videos on that. The only thing is, it's a hard BHN for a subsonic blackout, but it shoots. All right, and I think it's Accurate or Arsenal that has a mold almost just like it. They have like 5 that are and I got to figure out which one is just like it, and then I'm buying that mold.
I think
Subsonic mold.
Grant.
Huh? What?
Discord said that we can make some mold like that.
No, they don't make a mold like that. Not
I
that
don't know. I don't know. I done a picture and showed. I picked those up. We were talking about with Georgia Boy.
It would be
And
Arsenal. If you're talking about the 245, I've already looked at them a million times. I think it's Arsenal or Accurate. I get them mixed up.
I don't know. That's just what he said, so I ain't got a clue.
They make 5 versions that look like it, and then you got to pick the weight. And I keep going.
That would be Accurate. Accurate has a gigantic bullet catalog.
Yeah.
Good night, old one guy.
I was going to email them and ask the guy that makes the molds which one is the copy of the Missouri bullet, because that is the schnizzle right there.
Dude, just call Missouri Bullet and ask them what mold they use.
Every time I shoot it, it groups.
I wonder if Missouri Bullet would tell you, like, oh yeah, that's a Seiko number 48 mold or whatever.
No, and Ozark brought over some that are similar, but some things are a little different. I want the identical to the Missouri.
And actually, I don't think that Missouri would tell you what it is, because it was probably custom made.
The answer is no if you don't ask. Just saying.
No, Missouri uses what's that company name where the molds open up as it turns?
Those are Magma.
They use Magma type, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, any cherry can cut any magma mold. Hell, you can get MP molds to cut you magma molds.
I know, but I know that Arsenal or Accurate, I get them mixed up. I looked at the pictures and I was measuring everything. I was this close to pressing the button, but I didn't know for sure. And I wanted to talk to the owner. I said, you copied the Missouri bullet. Which one is it? And that's the one I want. Because if it's too light, it might not be right. Because Missouri says they're 245. The ones that shoot really good are the 230. They're a little over 235 instead of 45. Those are the ones that group just like, and you got to sort them out. They weigh different. And you'll get like 3 bananas in the box. So some will look like that. When they dropped
out of the mold, a little goofy.
Yeah, that's the problem with the Lee missile. Yeah. When you drop them, a lot of people get that, and that's why. Yeah.
Yeah, the barrel will straighten that out, no problem.
Well, the bullets are so long when they drop, when they're hot, you got to be super cushiony because even Missouri, I had like 3. I rolled them on the table. They went like that.
Well, what I found to correct that, excuse me, is you knock the sprue off, and then you just wait. It takes a long time to cast up a bunch of those missiles. But you wait and pretty much let the mold cool back off because you're putting so much lead in that mold, it'll heat right back up.
And you're better off dropping them in water so they don't do nothing when they hit. Yeah.
Yep, I water quench them so they're not hitting on anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to be very careful with those. Yeah. I'll be right back, guys.
He needs a pee break.
Yep, that's what I just did.
Hurry back, Jim. We miss you already.
Dude, I had to set up my back to 300 blackout brass. I have that ZEP reloading jig where it has a ball detent where it catches the extractor groove on the case.
Yep.
I think it's because I mostly do prepped brass, like prep 223 brass that has been full length resize. The case comes out and the case wants to tip up. So I must need to shim the back of that jig to make it straight. So it cuts them crooked. And when I had it set where I thought I wanted it when I did the last batch, they were like a thou shorter than what they should have been after I resized and trimmed them, because like it would cut the majority of the case, but there'd be a tiny little sliver where it wouldn't trim because it was cut and crooked. So I lengthened it today. And man, they're long.
Have you tried a fired casing?
No, all my 223 brass is prepped. That's the shitty thing about it. It's all been full length.
You've got a gun, right?
Yeah, I do.
You've got a bullet, right?
Uh-huh.
You take out the backyard, pow, one in the ground.
Actually, I do have some dirty brass over there, but I didn't get a chance to try it.
And you ain't got to trim it. You just stick it in there to see if it'll wiggle.
Yeah, I got no experience with that trimmer at all. Mine's a
Little
Lyman.
Harbor Freight.
No, my trimmer's a Lyman for a 300 blackout.
Oh, you're talking about trim, right? You're talking about the chop saw.
Oh, yeah, mine's a Harbor Freight, yeah.
Chop saw with he's talking about the adapter to hold it up with the detent.
Oh, yeah.
If it was designed for a non-sized 223 brass or for a sized 223 brass.
Well, I mean,
I'm guessing non-size, because why would you prep it for 223 before you wanted to cut it down? I mean, that's probably my issue. So I have a piece of dirty LC brass right here. Let's see if that does it. I gotta find something to shove it in there. Damn it.
Yeah, I was so ready to get the ball bearing one, but I'll stick with my older one.
I mean, the thing works awesome.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about the cutter, right?
Yeah.
The holder.
Here, I'll show you.
Okay, yeah, I ain't got that set up.
Wow, that's backwards. Wow.
No? That's how it's designed to go on there.
Yeah, all the others are the other way, like mine.
So this one uses the clamp swivel thing, but my problem is they're sloppy right here. This one is better than what they normally are.
Yeah.
But it is tilted up a little bit. I must have to shim underneath,
Now I see what you were talking about. I thought we were talking about a trimmer. We're talking about the chop saw.
Oh yeah, we're talking about the chop saw. Sorry, my bad.
You can always print you a new one.
Do what?
I always print a new one.
I've got a printed one, but man, this detent one just makes it so much faster.
Yeah, but I thought you had a problem with the detent.
No, the detent's fine.
Somebody did, and it turned me off because I was going to upgrade to the detent, and I was like, no, I'll just stick with mine.
I've
Nah,
got
man,
the clear push through one on my
Squirrel
chop
Daddy
shop.
one. Hmm.
And I mean, all you gotta do is go ink, ink, ink. I mean,
Mine's a push through with a detent, and you can use one brass, push the other, once you trim it, push the other one through. It pops out over into a box because it's got enough pressure,
Yeah,
spring pressure.
that's what
And
this
you
is.
have one detents in and just keep ding, 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 ding. Yeah.
I ended
Yep,
up taking a piece of foot long PVC pipe and cutting it in half on a bandsaw,
Hmm.
long ways, and drilling a hole just big enough for the cut off part to fall through, but not
Yep.
the case.
Yep.
And I got 2 buckets, one bucket for the cut off ship, one bucket for the finished or cut brass,
Hmm.
and it just dink to dink dink to dink dink to dink dink to dink dink to dink. I mean, I can blow through some 223, and I got 5-gallon buckets full of that stuff.
Yep.
And make sure you put your cutter inside of a box.
Here's mine, but it's not for 300 blackout right now. That's 44 Russian. I made the thing.
Yep. I think if I shim this backside, it would level it out a little bit.
Popsicle stick.
Yeah, something.
Well, that might be a little much, but I guess you could always grind some off of it. But
I mean, you can do a part of an index card, old credit card, or
use a book of matches. Treat it like a set of points. Take the cover off a book of matches, shove it under there, and see what you get. That's good.
make a shim to go in the end.
It's good for about 3,000 or 4,000 right there, or a business card or something like that.
Actually, it almost looks like it needs to go down.
Well, you gotta adjust everything and jig it up, otherwise it cuts crooked.
That's what I'm saying. That was my issue. It was cutting crooked and driving me nuts. So that made me have to
Break out your torpedo level.
It
Well,
made
the
me have to
one-
trim my breath. Well, it's got enough slot
The one-
built into that for clearance that it moves around too. That's the other fun part.
Let me tell you exactly what you need that'll make this the easiest process you've ever been. An angle finding gauge for Dana drive shafts. Of course, they're expensive. What you're going to do is you're going to sit it on the base plate because your table may not be level.
Mm-hmm.
Sit it on the base plate, see where it is. Tear that out. That's your 0. Stick it on top of that jig and see how much off it is, and then get you some pinion shims or something like that for a rear end to that number, and stick it under the back, remeasure it, see what you got.
All you got to do is, because I was just trying to do a Type 2 on the Russian 44 Russian cutter, 10 man, and he walks away.
I'm right here.
Oh, and he walks away. I'm trying to save him time, cutting crooked.
You can probably take the.
I'm right here. I can still hear you.
Do you have an Android or an iPhone?
iPhone.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Go to the App Store.
Actually, I have both. But
Go to the App Store and download the app Measure.
it already came preloaded on my phone.
Okay, you're okay. They're not cutting straight, right? You don't need apps. You need eyes. All right.
My problem is mine aren't that good anymore.
Yeah, welding for years. My eyes are kind of getting toasty.
Take the
I-
case.
Oh,
of your
Okay,
phone.
so you have the jig. Okay.
I just
You
need
got-
to trim it a little bit is all. I mean, it ain't that big a deal. But I cut 300 blackout brass like once every 5 years. So I
Yes.
kind of forget about it for 5 years. And then I like, oh shit, I had this problem. I forgot.
Well, here's the deal. I didn't throw it in a video, but I needed 50 more brass of 44 Russian, right?
Mm-hmm.
A homemade jig here with a piece of PVC. And I was getting slightly crooked, but it was so close and trimmed so easily, I left it. But what you can do, take your brass and put it in, put a slit line with a red marker, a magic marker, cut it, and then you'll see which way it's crooked.
Gotcha.
And
Mhm.
then just put a little shim under one side, mark the next one until it's straight, and make sure you don't trim too short. Because you got to trim all the way around. Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
And here's another thing, and this is kind of how I figured it out. You cut it a little bit long.
You have to.
Right. But I mean, you're going to trim it. You're going to size it and trim away any oddballness, so to speak. You know, if one side's 1/1000th out, it'll cut that side first, and then you trim the whole thing to where you need it, as long as your trimmer's straight.
Or you just buy the 300 blackout short trim die, buy the trimmer and everything for the deal in $750, and you ain't got to worry about no crookedness.
I
Yeah.
think I moved my jig a little bit too much because look at
Damn.
that. I'm trimming 40 thou off of this bitch.
You get all that shit from Dylan, it's going to be $1,200.
I'm just messing with y'all now.
Tin Man, you know what I'm saying though is
Yeah.
if you mark a line across it and hold it there, you'll know which way you got to move the rear up or down, or the front up or down.
Yep.
I was dealing with that because all I needed was 50 more Russian out of this thing I made. Okay.
I mean, there's 50 or 60 ways to figure out this problem, and opinions
Yeah.
are like assholes. We all
Oh, it's super easy. If the clamp is square, got that right. And then you mark a line and you know if it's this way or that way.
What happened today was I wanted to move it about 10 thou and I moved it 40. So,
Well, don't you have a cut shell?
yeah.
You take a size cut shell that's all good and you stick it in there and run your saw right against the blade.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
It's
you
gonna
make
grow when you size it anyway.
going up
Right.
and down. Do it the monkey way. Believe me, I do it the monkey way.
I hear you. In 5 years, when I make more of this brass, I will do that.
The monkey way works. Forget the technical bullshit. The monkey way works.
Actually,
Just send it to Uncle Jim and he'll fix it and send it back to you.
my jig that I've got for my Harbor Freight saw, it actually has a thumb screw on the back where you can go up or down, and then there's a set screw where you can lock it in.
That's dope. That's awesome.
Yeah,
I forget where I got it because it was 10 years ago when I got it, right when 300 Blackout came out.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, it's plastic, but there's a sleeve in the back of the plastic for the set screw, and there's a sleeve where the set screw goes down from the top. So everything's solid. You get it set where you need it and lock the set screw, but you don't have that jig. So mine was easy. It was easy peasy. I was just trying to come up with ways for what you have in order to set it. I mean,
Yeah, I just
like Uncle Jim
every time I think about it, I just say screw it and just cut it all long.
No, it's super easy. You got to think like a monkey.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like Uncle Jim said, think like a monkey.
Yeah.
Right now I got a bunch of 308 brass on top. I'd open it and grab my 300 Blackout jig, and I think that's adjustable, and that's set. But I was doing 44 Russian,
Mm-hmm.
and I thought like a monkey, and that works.
Yeah, I love that jig though that I got with the detent. I bought it because Ozark Spirit did that video where he made the Lexane cover for it and his chop saw where the shop back hooked up to it. And it sucked all the necks away as it cut, and you just shoot them into a bucket. Dude, it works great.
I take mine outside.
I just hit it with a leaf blower.
Do my trimming or cutting, and then fire up the leaf blower and just blow it in the fire bed.
Well, yeah, you're inside, but I'll open the garage door, set it up out there, and hit it with the leaf blower when I'm done. Boom, bang, cut.
So I did mine in the shed today. So, I mean, I didn't really care. And then after I was done, when I bought my wife our new vacuum, I took the old one and put it out in the shed for like powder coating and stuff like that. I got our old vacuum out there just suck it all up, clean it up, no big deal.
I was about to say, you bought your wife a new vacuum. Please don't tell me you took it to the shed to suck up brown.
Oh no. No, I did not bring the new vacuum out there. The old one that I bought when I was 20, that one's out in the shed. It's a Eureka.
Eureka! I found it. It's
Yeah,
either
but
that
thing-
or Eureka! I think I broke my Eureka.
Yeah. Yeah, it works pretty good for sucking up them case necks. Worked just fine.
Yeah, I think if you take a good piece of brass and get it close to the blade, but not on the blade, you need room. And then do your teeter-totter shim, and you're good.
Yep. I will do that next time.
Yeah.
I cannot remember for the life of me who made that jig. I mean, it was made for the Harbor Freight chop saw.
Well,
Yeah.
Um,
So when Trump is president in 4 years and I go to make brass again, I'll remember that.
yeah, right. I started out cutting mine a little long, and then when you size them, they're a lot long.
Yep.
And then I just trim it down and be done with it. But I did play around with it to get as close as I could, you know.
You trim it down so much that the burr on the case neck is like an 1/8 inch.
Yeah, yeah.
I went and booted today.
Like Pollard said,
Yeah.
the complicated way is the wrong way.
We got our primary today.
How'd that go?
Trump's won. I think they already declared him winner. 61% to 39 for Haley.
Well, I think that should be the win right there.
That's
I
about
can't-
right.
I was surprised she got that much.
Dude, you know
But
what
I
it
guess
is? It's
She was
people-
South Carolina governor, so.
Well, it's people. I think it's people that are Democrats, and they go to open primaries and vote for Haley. Is what I think it is.
Hell, Chris Christie got 500 something votes. I'm like, he's not even on the ballot.
I was about
Damn.
to say he's not even running.
But he was still on the ballot for South Carolina because he was still
Really?
running for president. Yeah.
It's
Vivek got 500 something votes, and
Wow.
DeSantis got 2,300 votes.
It's crazy because like all these states, you can just switch your party affiliation and go vote, and then
I don't think Carolina can do that.
that's good. But like a lot of states have open primaries, you can just change your party affiliation and then go vote just to screw with people.
and
I
then
think
change it back.
Yeah,
That should be illegal right
it's
there.
garbage. Yeah, I agree.
I think South Carolina is whoever you vote for in the primary, you got to vote with that party in the main.
And that's the way it should be. That stops
Mhm.
all this trickery.
Yeah.
And you also got voter ID and everything too. So
Hell, I think CNN was interviewing a guy in who had the second one, New Hampshire.
yep.
Yeah, they were interviewing a guy in New Hampshire. They're like, "Oh, who are you voting for in the primary?" He says, "Nikki Haley." "Oh, who are you voting for in the general?" "Joe Biden." It's like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's some baby back bullshit right there.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jim.
Yep.
All right.
That should right there get that person arrested and charged with election interference.
Not if it's legal.
All right. Who's sawing something?
I am. I'm sorry.
Oh, you were.
I got one of those Lansky knife sharpeners,
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
and I never really used it,
Okay.
and I've had it for like 10 years.
Is it the one that goes like this across?
It's got the rods.
Yeah, the one you slide the rods across.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not big on knife sharpening gadgets. I mean,
Well,
I've got
this-
several of them. I've got a Lansky set. I've got a different Lansky set.
Forming a rough edge, they speed it up a lot.
Well, you got to.
Fine edge, you can get a strop, do all that stuff.
Yeah, if it's the right ones, they'll stay true to the contour.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here, let me show you what I came up with that I found. And when I ordered it, they were giving out a free kitchen knife. And when I say kitchen knife, I can go out there and chop trees down with it.
That's not a knife. This is a knife.
Y'all are gonna have to excuse my kitchen.
It's all good, bro.
All right. Here is the knife that it came with.
Yes.
Oops, sorry. Blinded. Move over. Oh, nope, move over. This baby right here will go through anything. Now, let me show you the sharpening setup. I wish this thing had a forward-facing camera.
That looks like a cleaver.
There's a name for them. I forget what they are. My neighbor had me cut a butcher knife into that shape for him. I forget what he called it.
Okay, hang on. I can't see anything. All right. There's a knife in there.
Oh yeah.
Everything's backwards. There is let's see, there's a ball bearing. Put my finger on it. Let's see if I can find my finger. Ball bearing right here with this rod. And all you got to do is that right there.
Keeps the angle right.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
That's how I learned about the measure app.
I got a can opener that's got a sharpener on the back of it.
Dude, the first time I ever used one of those knife sharpeners that you put on your countertop and you put your hand over and you just pull the knife through it.
No.
I was such a dumbass. I had my thumb underneath where the knife exited the sharpener, and I ran that knife right across my thumb. Sliced the crap out of my thumb it's like, well, that was stupid.
Never use a knife sharpener that's a V or a round stone that goes like this. You'll dish out your knife blade.
It was at the gas station I was working at, so I mean it wasn't even mine.
Yeah.
But
So you're saying I shouldn't use the can opener to sharpen a knife?
Well, a lot of people swear by the V type where you run your blade through. That will they'll change it ruins your knife.
We had that same can opener, the electric can opener with the knife sharpener on top. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I bought a can opener when it plugs in. The one we got it's plugged in, but it's like you can pull it off, and it's old under the counter type. Yep. And then I bought my wife one that just rides around the can, and my daughter messed that one up. So I just went and bought a corded can opener for like $15-$20. Now looking, it's got a knife sharpener on the back of it. I was like, well, that might come in handy for something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't know what your knife is.
It makes the knife new.
No.
To its own.
No. It'll do this to it eventually. Yeah.
So it turns a 22-degree contour into a 12-degree contour.
If you want to put hair on the back of my son's neck, just do that. Yeah.
I ought to do a video with just a junk knife. I said, hey, check this out.
This is how the pros do
needs
it.
to get one of these.
This is how the pros do it right here.
See how it cuts this paper perfectly?
Yeah. Show me one pro that pulls a knife through a V or a stone around.
And of course, you run it through the paper first, and then you run it through the sharpener.
And then you chop a paper towel.
And then reverse them to where it don't cut after you done running through there first, and then put the one where it cuts before you run it through there, so it looks like it sharpened it perfect.
My favorite ones are the ones that people go to file things on YouTube, and they drag the file both ways across the metal. It's like, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The name of that sharpener I just showed you is Wasabi.
Japanese.
They're not that expensive, and my German Shepherd can sharpen a knife on it.
Well, I think Project Farm did a video on. He tested a bunch of different knife sharpeners.
Yeah, I saw that one.
I love that channel so much.
I haven't watched that channel for like 6 months, but I'm sure he's got some good stuff.
Tons of good videos. Like the best windshield windshield wipers. It's everything.
Yeah.
Anything you want to know. It's like, oh, I wonder what the best, so and so is. Look at Project Farm. He's probably got a video on it.
Yeah, and he's
another thing-
unbiased and he puts the work in.
It's unbiased too. He pays, he takes the money from his Patreon and buys all these products and tests them. No bullshit.
And he's one of the few guys I consider worthy of a Patreon because he puts in the work.
Yep.
The rest
Another thing that I like to use, I've got Japanese whetstones. And if all you're doing is just honing one up, it goes all the way from, I think it's 400 to 8,000 with several different stones.
Damn.
You just soak them for a minute. Let me tell you, you run it across that 8,000, you can feel if your angle's wrong. And you just give it a little bit of love and then strop it on a piece of leather with some, what do they call that stuff?
compound.
Rubbing
yeah.
compound.
Yeah.
Yep.
Some fine rubbing compound, about 10 times on each side. Maybe repeat that again. Let me tell you, you got a knife.
Yep.
Now, I like doing it by hand, but a lot of my knives are just, they've been neglected and all that. And you got to get an edge first before you can hone it. And then once you hone it, you got to polish it.
Okay, I got a question. Where is Pat? I haven't seen
Service.
Pat for weeks.
I called him last week and talked to him for a little bit. He's alive. He's all right.
You talked to him last week?
Yeah.
Okay.
I talked to him quite a bit, actually. We call each other about 3D printer shit or computer problems that my sister's having and what have you.
All right. So he's doing all right, then.
As far as I know, it's been a week. So
Conan sharpened his knife on his sword on a stone. Yes.
all right, hang on. I got to see if the cat's messing with the chickens.
I think I can do a better job with a stone than these things.
Yeah, I just use that gizmo to try to repair a knife that I've abused out in the woods or in the kitchen or something like that. And then I'll take it to the stones and hone it all up. And
Yeah.
Maybe-
If you have a good new knife that's not messed up, all you need is a strop most of the time.
right. And you can.
I
just-
think that thing's good enough for using just a coarse or medium coarse stone or something like that, just to get your angle right, and then after that, it's better to use a stone or something.
The angle's the tough part, but most knives, unless they were really abused, all you need is a fine stone and a strop.
Yeah, that's what I bought that kit for knives that I've been batoning wood with out in the woods for fires and making tent poles and shit like that out in the woods.
Don't do it, Jim.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Okay.
I saw that look on your face. I was like,
But yeah, I just use that gizmo because it's quick and easy. I can put a 400 grit stone on there and then go up to a 800. I'll skip the 6 because all I'm doing is, getting it close, and then I'll take it to the whetstones and then just take it to a strop. And that's only if you got nicks in your knife blade or something like that. You shouldn't have to take metal off just to sharpen a knife. Just hone it up and be done. If you keep it honed up, it'll stay sharp. And if you don't abuse it, like I do, I'll use my pocket knife for anything. I'll take a hammer to it, whatever. You're going to cut, damn it, and that's really bad on a blade. but if you just maintain your edge, like they said in the movie Lonesome Dove, your knife is like a wife. You have to stroke it every night.
Well, this is a Gerber pear frame. It's just a cheap knife.
Okay, guys, I want to eat dinner. I got to go heat up some tacos.
Taco.
Taco.
Soft shell. Yeah, baby.
Taco. Are you killing it?
Taco. Yeah.
What you trying to say, Jim?
What do you think? Let's kill it. We've been for almost 5 hours.
Are you
Oh,
asking
it's a
us to
short chat
leave?
tonight.
That's fine. I gotta get up early. Well, I say early, 8 o'clock or so to go to the gun show tomorrow. So
Okay. My question is, if Pat, if you're listening at the end, whatever, we miss you, Pat. All right.
Yeah.
Cat.
I'll text him, see what he's up to.
All right. Anyway, any last words, guys?
I want a taco.
Yeah, I'm gonna make me some soft shell. Oh baby, eat them up. Everything's ready. Okay, everyone in the side chat, I love everyone, and we'll see you next time.
St. Patrick's Day is coming up.
thank you.
That's
never mind.
that's a couple weeks. Yeah,
That's
Okay.
what, March 17th?
yeah, we'll
14th?
do St. Patty's. Yeah,
That's a Sunday.
14th, I think.
I
14th?
can't remember if it's the 14th or the 17th.
it doesn't matter what day. It
It
doesn't.
matters.
When does it matter what day it is?
You go with.
Okay, I think you're right, Tin Man. I wasn't sure. It was a little dodgy about inviting. Yes. Okay.
It's the 17th.
Yeah. That's a couple weeks. So.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
It doesn't matter.
we'll do a St. Patty's.
We'll do it on the 16th.
I still got the bullet hat, so yeah, we can do that.
I got a leprechaun hat.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Didn't you wear that on chat once for St. Patty's
Yep.
Day?
I think so. For something.
Yep.
Yeah,
We all got our patties. Yeah, we all got our Patty's hats.
I could probably get rid of the beard on the St. Patty's Day hat.
Ooh,
So we got a St. Patrick's Day hat chat.
that's 3 weeks from now. You got 3 weeks to get your act together.
Why did this guy want on? Please, real quick. Come on. Oh,
I have a simulated camera.
okay. Oh, I lost the side chat. Okay. Anyway, side chat. Love you guys. We'll see you next week, hopefully. And until next time, wait a minute. Wait.
Thank
Okay.
you, Paul.
It once go a foof. Until next time, a foof.
Chicken.
A foof.
Wait. I didn't hit the button right.